Colleagues, good morning. I want us to start our meeting this morning. It's a long day, but hopefully we will be able to make sure that before 4 we're done. Welcome to this meeting this morning, honorable members and the department. And I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure what's happening here. Okay. I'm sorry, colleagues. DG, the department, and the OBP. Who else am I leaving? We all are here. I want to believe that after the long weekend, you have rested. Honorable Trolip, you did rest, I want to believe. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. The agenda before us, I don't know, Albertina, whether everybody has an agenda before them. Our agenda today is going to be the briefing on the 2026-27 annual performance plans and the budget allocation by the department and the Onderstepoort biological products. So let me declare this meeting officially opened and request administration to assist us with the apologies we have.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members and colleagues. Can you hear me? Okay. Colleagues from the department as well. Chair, we've got an apology from MP Madlala and MP Iris. They are both not feeling well. We've got another apology from DM Kappa is attending cabinet meeting today and tomorrow. And then, Chair, we've got apology from MP Smith and MP Mteto. They are both running late, Chair. They are going to join the meeting a little bit later. Thanks, Chair.
Supposed to have earlier on the agenda, we have had the Auditor-General the Auditor-General office. Auditor-General South Africa was supposed to be here, but when I engaged with them, we then realized that it wouldn't be necessary for them to come because the department has already dealt with the issues that they have raised as the Auditor-General, and therefore we then spared them time. Instead of coming here, they could be doing something else. And so we'll hear from the department when they present and the elements that they have handled, which were the issues that the Auditor-General has raised with them. Now I'm going to hand over to the DG, Mehlo Madala DG. Kudala singakwazi, DG. And thank you that you are here today. So let me hand over to you to take us through and introduce the teams that you have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture. Honorable Chair, you did not see me at your last meeting on FMD. I came in just after we concluded the engagements with the Japanese, and I could just get the last of the engagements that were there. But I have got to admit that I also had a few areas that I had to touch base on before coming here. At the onset, let me pass on the apologies of the minister. I don't know whether they have arrived with you. Minister and some of the biosecurity team are currently visiting the Brazil and Argentina in terms of looking at FMD controls in terms of the region, and they will be away for this week. With me today, I've got the whole team. Only missing here will be from HR, Mekang, but we will cover that aspect. I've got with me DDG Sarache, who needs no introduction to the committee, acting DDG Butsileng, and from the ARC, from the OBP, we have got a team as led from the board side. The CEO is not here. The good advocate will be representing him. And then Dr. Kobeko leads the team from the OBP. From the department in terms of planning, you would know that we have got acting chief director in the monitoring and evaluation, that deputy, and with Mimi Molutsi, who's responsible for strategic planning. We also have got from financial management, Dade Dansta, who's just sitting very proximal to the office of the chair. Let me just also introduce Anastasia Davis, who is always with the committee. We always mistake her to be part of the committee. And Mayor Alicia Stevens coming through. We are coming here to make a presentation on our APPs for the next financial year, starting 2026-2027. It is an APP that continues on the work that we had done over the years, Honorable Chair. In preparation of this presentation, we went through and met with the DPME and also the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa, just to ensure that we have got an APP that can meet the master that they had provided the last time around. Honorable Chair and members would recall that last year there was a long debate amongst the three, DPME, the department, and AGSA, and I'm happy this year just to announce that, Chair, while we had areas that we had to sort out with AGSA, we ultimately agreed, and AGSA had also sent a report to the portfolio committee indicating that they are happy with what was provided by the department, bar one area that I will talk to, and it's an area that the department had of the registration of students at agricultural colleges. So that was taken off because we no longer have got a leasehold in terms of the department paying to the colleges. So we thought that it would not be fair for us just to hold on to it. We should just ensure that we remove it from our APPs, but we will keep track of it in terms of the operational plans. Chair, this presentation that we are making is coming at a backdrop of a few things that are happening in the sector that we want to highlight before making the presentation. The first one being that this is a sector that has over the years performed very good as the agricultural sector, bringing in $13.1 billion in terms of exports. At the core of it also having 920,000 employees within the sector as reported by Stats SA. But that is not the good that is happening in the sector that is concerning. It is what is happening on the peripheries and even within the sector. Firstly, around the Gulf War, which is impacting negatively on the sector, especially in the winter planting areas that we are having. Winter rainfall areas in the Western Cape and the winter planting areas, whether Northwest or the Free State, where the crops would require what we call vernalization for them to bloom and produce, where we are facing a possibility of a 6% drop in terms of wheat production in our country because of the fuel and fertilizer prices that are rising, and also the negative impacts that those would have generally. We would hope that there would be stability as we go into the summer cropping time of that is being prepared for at this moment, because if not, we are going to have a challenge that comes through when this country has had the best crop that we have ever had in the summer rainfall areas. Honorable members, the latest crop estimates that we are having points that both summer grains and oil crops were at the best that we have ever had in terms of the sector. But that kind of level of leverage would go down if the war is not going to subside and we are going to have clarity. The second element that is important is the outbreak of FMD, which Ntate will give us an update on, that we need to control. We have set ourselves a target that at least because we are dealing with the biology of a particular disease and the epidemiology is known that it will still spread, but we are looking forward to a system where we can have 80% vaccination by December and have the reduction of almost 70% in terms of the spread so that we can start dealing with the areas that are of importance. Chair, let me take you through the presentation that starts off with a few table of contents, and then we go to the purpose and the background where we outline this presentation that we'll have with you. We would not repeat, it is informed by the medium-term development plan, which has got 3 priorities. First priority dealing with driving inclusive growth and job creation. I've just reported that this sector contributes just about 5% of total employment in the sector. And I can say that the sector is actually punching above weight if you have got to look at what the contribution to the GDP is in terms of the sector itself. Just around 3%, and that includes fisheries and forestry. So it's a sector that is punching above its weight in terms of total employment. And that excludes agro-processing. If you have got to include agro-processing, this figure is quite high. The second level in terms of the MTDP is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. If we have got to look at the lower bound poverty rate, where you have got to have almost 1,300 per person per month, and you look at the hunger poverty at 777 per person per month, you would see that this sector has got a huge role to play in the area of ensuring the reduction in terms of poverty. The third one is building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, which is something that we have got to do, taking into consideration the high rates that we have and highlighted in terms of our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and strengths as we go ahead. Now, part of the engagements that we just have got to reflect on, it's what we have done in terms of our own SWOT analysis. Sorry, it would not be seen. There's something that the input is just obscuring. It's a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we have, that within the Department of Agriculture and within the sector broadly, we have got sufficient knowledge and expertise that we have. So if you have got to look at knowledge, skills, and abilities, I think that we cover that aspect quite well. We have got very strong internal policies, and we also have got very close association with international bodies. And I'll pause here just to reflect in terms of the work that we are doing, whether it is within the World Organization for Animal Health, whether it's the International Plant Protection Organization, or we have got the Codex Alimentarius that we have. The department has got very good capabilities, people who are of good stature and good knowledge who participate in all these bodies. We also have got very broad understanding of the WTO. We have got a representative who is at the WTO. So at international level, we think that we have got the good knowledge, skills, and capabilities. There's also an element, I think, that is very important, honorable members, that we have got to look at. And this area is about our interface with the continent, taking specific in terms of the comprehensive agriculture Africa Agriculture Development Program that we have, and the Kampala Declaration on Food Security, because that interface is very important as we go and craft our strategy going to 2026, 2027. In terms of our weaknesses, one of the weaknesses that we have identified, and this was an intensive program that we had with the colleagues, that we don't have very strong partnerships at the private sector level. That is why in terms of the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, we are trying to ensure that there is closer cooperation with the private sector. And this will lead to three things of importance. One, strong partnerships would ensure that we have got less in terms of friction within the sector. Secondly, it will maximize the private sector investment in terms of the sector. And then lastly, we would ensure that we improve two things. One, production, and then lastly, the issue around transformation, which is very important in the sector, taking into consideration where we come from. And we will reflect in terms of transformation of where we come from as a sector. Now, the area of importance is around digitalization within the department. We had a target, Honorable Chair, where we thought that within a year we would be able to move with 4% in terms of digitalization. It proves to be very difficult because most of our systems are very archaic, and we're looking forward to digitalization as providing us as a platform to deal with that. Where we have digitalized, we have seen quite a lot of good improvements, like in the area of phytosanitary certification, where we have got e-certification, there's good progress, and we see this area as a very good area where we can maximize on the efficiencies within the department. We're also looking at partnerships with commodities and strategic partners. Now, you can look at it and say, but there's a level of contradiction, because on one aspect, because of the capacity that we sort of building within the department, where we had weaknesses as reliance on consultants, but we still want to be in partnership. Yes, we have got to be in partnership with them, because without them, the extension services that lack the research and development would not be able to push through some of the new technologies that we are bringing in. I think one area that we have not done well in, honorable members of the portfolio committee, is around the utilization of donor opportunities that we have all around the world. At this moment, we are using some donors in terms of the EU to do quite a lot of things, including the livestock identification and technology that we are currently addressing with the CSIR. But there are many opportunities that we can utilize and start even partnering from that particular level. Now, we reflect on the threats, the political instabilities. I've just spoken earlier on in terms of what the Gulf War means in terms of agriculture, the impact that it is having on agriculture, likely to have in terms of food security, likely to have in terms of production, likely to have in terms of decisions that farmers have got to do with the high fuel costs and fertilizer costs. The issue around climate change and disaster management, South Africa has experienced over the years a mixture of all of this, at one area having floods, the other one having drought. And that's something that we have got to experience in our sector. If one has got to look at this from 2019 to date, we have had such a mix of all of this coming together. It becomes a confluence where farmers have got just to survive. And what we have seen over the years is that we have got a very resilient sector. Talking about resilience, the issues around biosecurity, I think we are looking at FMD, but one of the areas that we have got to ensure that we look at is the area around plant health. Plant health issues are very difficult. They are not like animal health issues, because with animal health issues, you can see an animal is sick and you have got to take actions. Sometimes you have got a plant disease that is existing in an area for more than 100 years. You only pick it up in year 100. So biosecurity issues are very important. Now, issues around cybersecurity are very important. We have seen quite a number of government organizations that have had this, and we are looking at those, how do we deal with it? And then the last one is around budget cuts. I think in our case, it's not only budget cuts, honorable members. It is also an issue of inadequate budget that we are having. But in essence, the truth of the story is that we can only cry about budget cuts if we use what we are currently having and use it efficiently. As we move to the next slide, we then identified a few areas for the department in terms of how do we deal with strategic priorities. And we have got 7 priorities. These priorities were outlined the last time around that we were here. I will just touch on 3 of those. The first one being the issue on partnerships for growth, which we are implementing through the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. And I think the current outbreak that we are having on FMD also provides a space and time for us to also have a few partnerships that the Saragen team are currently ensuring that they are in place. Now, the second one would be around a modern legislative framework. You would be aware that we have targeted a few legislative pieces to come to the portfolio committee because of the archaic nature of those legislative pieces. One of those is Act 36 of 1947. It has got a very long name, but it deals with agricultural remedies, stock remedies, fertilizers, and farm feeds. And that act needs to be looked at. The last time around that it was in Parliament, it was chopped to try and make it very easy, where we brought the first piece was around pet food, and it was then not possible for us to go through it. We will bring it as a composite with 4 distinct areas, and we are thinking that we will introduce it this year in terms of our planning towards the end of this year. We are also looking at a very important area of engagement around how do we deal with improving market access. Market access dealing with 3 issues, honorable members. The first one being around tariff barriers, dealing with areas where you have got tariffs, that is monetary views that are there to ensure that we deal with tariffs. But if you have got to look at the world around, tariffs are no longer the currency that is being utilized. Non-tariff barriers are the currency that many countries are using. They either put up sanitary and phytosanitary measures up that are very difficult for countries to comply with, or alternatively, they've got what we call technical barriers to trade, where you have got marking requirements that would make it very difficult for you to access that. But we are doing that market access to ensure that South African products have got access to various markets. The last engagements that we had Japan coming to South Africa last week, and we think that we are making very good headway from that level. And we also need to do 2 things. I usually say to colleagues that if we have got to look at market access, without market maintenance, we are going to have challenges. So market maintenance to ensure that the 13.1 billion US dollars that we have managed to get last year does not dwindle, and we increase that towards a target that we have as a country. As we move to the next slide, the next slide would then highlight what we had already presented, also the vision of the department, where we want to bring dynamism within the sector and ensure that the sector grows and becomes, South Africa becomes food secure. And our mission would then be looking at all the various issues that we have identified within the 7 priorities to ensure that we move ahead. We have been innovative in terms of just making sure that, because values bring up the ethical behavior within an organization, that we come up with values that would be easily interpretable by all the workers in the department. And we have got this as agric. If you look at the first letter right through, it's agriculture. Then agric, we adapt, we grow, we respect, we innovate, and we collaborate. Collaboration, going back to the issue around partnerships, innovation around R&D, around how we want to deal with issues, respect, coming back to a capable state where we have got to treat each and every person who comes within this industry, within the department, within ourselves as with respect, where we grow the sector, and we make sure that within the changing climate, right through, whether it's climate in the figurative side or literal side, that we are able to adapt as a department. As we move to the next slide. The next slide would then give an alignment in terms of the priorities that we are having. And I think that Dr. Puti had previously, and Memi Mulutse had previously presented this, but we have tried to align them. Now, one of the areas that I usually argue is that if you look at priority 1, that is driving inclusive growth, and you look at the areas that we have, you have got production, you have got a share in terms of production for transformation, and you have got market access, and you enhance your biosecurity. All of those are interrelated, and you cannot deal with one without addressing the other. And therefore, it becomes very important for agriculture to be in that line. Now, when you have got to look at the reduction of poverty, the inverse is also true. If you have got to look at, for instance, biosecurity, if somebody has got 2, 3 cattle and they lose all of those, if you lose 3, is a question of inducing poverty. And therefore, all of those issues have got an interrelated way that you are dealing with them right through, whether strategic priority 1 or 2. In terms of the building of a capable state, I have just indicated one of the areas that we are going to have to deal with is to promote ethics in the department and ensure that we rid ourselves of the scourge of corruption that is plaguing the state. Next. We have got a few areas that we have got to identify. We have identified priority 3. We have broken it down in terms of the targets over the 5-year term, which is going to also align with the National Development Plan. Now, if you have got to look at the priority 3, there are quite a number of issues that we have got to look at. Primary amongst them is a management issue. It's how do we look at the compliance to the legal frameworks that are there. It is not an issue of maybe half complying. It is an issue of about full compliance. We also have got the issue around departmental systems that we have to have in place. Our argument, Honorable Chair, is that in modern systems, we don't manage people, we manage systems. And if you have got good systems, then the system can run itself, irrespective of who comes in or out of the system. And with the new department, we are currently working on managing these systems and ensuring that we have got effective systems, whether they are financial systems, whether they are HR systems, or systems that are run within the programs, whether program 2 in terms of agricultural production, food security, or economic development. We also have got indicators that we are having. Those indicators, if you look at them, Chair, we are very clear that compliance in terms of legal frameworks, it's 100%. We are looking at how do we deal with the performance indicators. We have set ourselves a very high performance indicator. Normally it is 80%. And lastly, in terms of automation, it's 40%. But with the current outcomes that we have had, which will bring back, I think there are areas that we have got to relook at. Now, in terms of MTDP1, I have highlighted the areas that we want to look at. Let me just take the issue around market access just to demonstrate how we want to move ahead. That is line 3 in terms of this presentation. And now, in terms of your outputs that you have, you would want to increase the number or even the quantity that you are exporting. But not only the quantity, you would also wish that you target markets that would give you high value out of what you are exporting so that you can maximize on that, because it would be output multiplied by what you get out of the value that you get out of that crop that would be really moving that target. We also have got a 6% move towards that. Now, one of the areas that honorable members had asked the last time around was whether we are moving in terms of this target. Last year, we moved 10% in terms of this area of work, and maybe it will be an issue around whether that was a fluke or we have got to maintain that and going forward. But we had moved 10% in terms of this particular target. So it helps in terms of targeting certain areas and making deliberate and interventionist approach towards engagement. And I think that that's where we are as a department. The next one. We're looking at the reduction of poverty. And now, one of the areas in terms of movement is how do we deal with improved food and nutrition security, which is a very big issue of engagement. From where we are sitting, this food security issue, Chair and honorable members, has been a subject of discussion in this portfolio committee quite a number of times to say that how do we as a country become food secure at national level, but at household level, we are food insecure. And this area tries to deal with this particular area of engagement. I have indicated that the stats that we are currently having shows that the lower bound poverty levels are actually coming down. But what is worrying is that almost 23 million of South Africans are still living in that particular space. And that's something that we have got to look at and say, what is the intervention of agriculture just to ensure that we deal with these particular areas? We have given the baseline in terms of the 17.5%, where we are dealing with severe food insecurity. We want to reduce it over a 5-year period to 12.5%. Now, to 12.5%. That is a 5% reduction. Whether that would be done, it's a question of interventions that would be from various sources, because food security on its own has got multi-dimensions, including employment part of it. But what we are taking into consideration would be the agriculture component of it. As we move to the next slide, that next slide, I think those who are challenged like me, Chair, would have to look very closely in terms of something that is close to me, because I cannot read there, but I will try to just read from my current angle. Now, what we are having in terms of the agriculture and agro-processing on your right-hand side, in terms of the slide that is in front of you, it's the breakdown between agriculture and agro-processing. And that is the side in terms of contribution to the GDP, as I had indicated. Now, if we have got to look at the multiplier effect of agriculture, let's look at 2024. 2024 says the annual contribution of agriculture is 2.51%. But if you look at the multiplier effect and you look at what agro-processing is providing, is 4.07%, meaning that both sectors are making a huge contribution in terms of that. Now, part of this, what we are facing is what Wandile Sihlobo classifies as the two-well agriculture that we have in our country. And the presentation on your left is a sector transformation, that on your right is the sector transformation that we have. We have not moved quite well in terms of transformation in South African agriculture. And that is an admission that we make in the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. But look at the movement that has been done. From 2015 to 2019, we were sitting at 10.9% in terms of transformation. Currently, we're sitting at 13%. Which were the biggest movers in terms of this? If you have got to look at the citrus industry, one industry that we have got to comment in terms of movement, if you have got to look at the broader picture that is provided for by the wool industry, one of those industries that is not being given the flowers that it deserves. And obviously, the cattle industry or the livestock industry is one of those where most of the cattle who still reside within the context. Now, the agriculture and agro-processing master plan makes new targets in terms of where we need to go. But I would like the portfolio committee to have this in mind in terms of judging us in terms of what do we do in terms of the sector and in terms of transformation, because these figures are very important over a period of time dealing with this. Now, I'll quickly run through the APP as provided, starting with administration that has got ministry up to office administration. I'll not talk to the tasks in terms of each and every one of those, but go directly in terms of the provision where we want to go. We want to go into an unqualified audit, Honorable Chair. Coming from a qualified audit that we had as the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Now, this is going to be a very arduous task because you still have got a drag effect in terms of what happened when we were two departments, but we are dealing with those. We're still waiting for Section 42s to be finalized in terms of the PFMA. That says that we would then have got to cleanly separate between ourselves and the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. We are dealing with that at this moment to ensure that everything that belongs to the Department of Agriculture would come to the Department of Agriculture, and what is within Land Reform and Rural Development would also be there. The next element that we are dealing with is the percentage of valid invoices paid within 30 days. I think from our side, and Mr. Danster is here, we have identified quite a few issues that are administrative. Sometimes we process something that we know that it does not qualify going forward. We are looking at a system that really gets rid of all those invoices that might not necessarily comply so that we can get to the 100%. The current performance that we are having shows that we can reach 100. If you recall, our 2 quarters, quarter 2 and quarter 3, we had 100%. In the last quarter, we regressed a little bit, but there's something that the team is doing just to check what is the current percentage, because I thought that there were a few that would have been better dealt with. The next line that we have, it's around our report on designations and what we spend in terms of designated groups within our supply chain management. This is very important because if we have got to achieve transformation, it's not only transformation in terms of the way that we deal with issues, we also have got to identify which other areas do we spend our money as a department. I think a typical example that you will get where this has been done quite well, it's around PPCB, and we're following in that just to ensure that we also have got a line that designates those groups, and we are able to say what is our percentage space in terms of the budget to those groups. Now, we are also looking at how do we deal with business processes. If you look at the end-to-end business process mapping of the department, which we did, I think, sometime around 2007, now coming into the new, we will have to revise that and look at what kind of business processes do we then put in place and ensure that we have got efficiency gains in terms of where we are. And then lastly, the issue around digitalization of the systems is what we have highlighted. Now we go to program 2, which is a program that deals with 3 areas of importance. It's inspection and quarantine services. It is annual production and health, and also planned production and health, or even vice versa. But in essence, this is the engine in terms of production in the country. And there are a few areas that we have got to base our inputs on. And quite interestingly, we also deal in that area with national resource management and disaster management. And then lastly, with the 2 important areas of our work, Agricultural Research Council and the OBP. As we look at the work that we are going to do, on top of it, I think honorable members would know that then if we have got to look at program 2, we have got to build what the OBP would be bringing, and also what the ERC would be bringing, because that's a direct convergence in terms of line. The department being responsible for the policy side, and the ERC OBP in terms of implementation, most of the areas, and also the provincial spaces coming into the space itself. Now, we are looking at the cannabis master plan, and one of the areas that we have got to deal with is the adaptability of the hemp that you are currently addressing, which will be an annual research report from all the areas that we are currently dealing with. We also, in terms of our Paris Agreement commitments, looking at the greenhouse gas emission reduction plan that we will have as a sector, because we also have got to comply as a sector to the Paris Agreement and the COP agreements that we have. In terms of water, which is very important because we are the largest consumer of water in our country, we also have got to look at how efficient do we become as a sector. We are looking at introducing water efficient technologies, and we are targeting farmers. One would say that there are not many farmers, but sometimes it's always good to fail small, because it's very difficult to fail big if it does not, you don't have a system where you first check the efficiencies at the small scale. You're likely to commit mistakes at the bigger scale. The next level would be having a research report that would deal with sustainable land management practices, which is very important for us to be able to deal with issues around the way that we deal with our natural resources in terms of CARA. If we can just move to the next element of our engagement, it would be on a number of frameworks that we develop. We would like to thank the Portfolio Committee in terms of PIDALA, but we also have got to move in terms of then having frameworks that would support them in terms of regulations that allows us to have tariffs pronounced in terms of that. The next level would be the number of neglected and underutilized species done. Now, this is where the next money will come in, honorable members. If anything, this is where everybody's looking at this. Any person who is dealing with genetic resources is looking at the number of underutilized species that are there. These are species that might not necessarily be registered at this moment and are utilized in different areas of our country or even broadly in Africa. And these have got genes that can be utilized to feed the world in the future. And us doing this work is to ensure that we can safeguard the work of and even document the underutilized species that we have in our country. And then the last one would be also the very same, but on the other side, on the animal side, looking at the genomic identification on reproduction of the species that we have in our country. I'm even calling them species, they are not even yet species. They are nondescript. Those animals that you cannot describe to say these are, but you know that they have been there even for time immemorable. Now you have got to say, in order for you to protect them, you have got to do your genomic indicators so that you can be able to protect them. This is work that we have got to do as a country in order to ensure that our research matches what we want to do going forward. The next element that we are having would be around what we have always had, but let me just concentrate on the work that we are doing on the banana bunchy top virus, which is currently in the northern KZN, and there's a lot of work that is currently being done in and around there to ensure that there are chemicals to control. There's promotion and awareness to the people in and around the areas where bananas are being grown, which is a livelihood for many people in KZN. And the loss of bananas would mean that it's a loss in terms of livelihoods, it's a loss in terms of people being able to take kids to school. And that is something that we have got to do and ensure that we deal with it. One of the areas that we are dealing with is the exotic fruit fly. Now, we have got many fruit flies that you can deal with. It's a number of them. So the word exotic would be broad-based, so that whether you are talking about Bactrocera, a family that is not in South Africa, you can be able to deal with. Citrus greening is here in South Africa. We had the first that we had identified was in the Eastern Cape in old orchards. But we are then dealing with the issue around providing clean genetic material and also ensuring that we do delimiting surveys so that we can be early when we deal with it. Now, there's an issue that Ntate is dealing with around the PPR and also Pestis ruminans, which is a pest, a disease. I'm used to being a plant pathologist engager. where we talk about pests, we don't differentiate between pests and diseases. Here in animal, it's diseases mainly that are being dealt with. But PPR has got a major impact in terms of where we go as the sector. And there are areas that we have got to look at. FMD will get a presentation from it. And the areas that you are looking at have not changed over a period of time. Can we go to the next one? We are looking at food security support, and I think if there's one area that we have got to be critical of ourselves in terms of the engagements, it's this area of work where we need to base our monitoring and evaluation and do the engagements going higher up. Honorable Chair, we had thought that we will be able to finalize the National Food Nutrition Security Plan. We have not managed to do it. We are dealing with the second draft of this plan. We had planned that we will deliver in the 4th month, but with a lot of reflections with the colleagues, we are saying, but we cannot, because this is a carryover. We cannot do it this way. We have got to push it inside. We will try and deliver it even before the 4th quarter, because this has got a huge impact on our food security initiatives as a department. The rest of the engagements that we are looking at are the engagements that we have had, but one of those is ensuring that we have got farmer field schools framework that we develop so that the farmers can freely exchange information at the school level or cluster level that would assist them to be interactive and have communities of practice as farmers. On slide 23, we are looking at the indicators for economic development, trade and marketing, which has got a very huge role that we have got to deal with, whether it's Agri-BEE, which is a funding that we provide to those who would want to buy a stake or begin their own areas of work in the industry. And we have got reports that would show that at least those who have been afforded have moved. Now, we also have got a big element in terms of coordination of bilaterals, where we get most of our trade, where we will get an annual report. And then lastly, we would also need to broadly deal with capacitating farmers in terms of marketing. One of these areas that we are looking at is how do we interface with PPCB that has got a program that deals with the very same. Now, to move ahead on a broader context, we have given an indication of the standard indicators that we are having. Those would be in Annexure B and detailed in 31 to go forward. With your permission, Chair, I will then ask Mr. Dunster to quickly take us through the budget that we have for the 2026-2027 and concentrating on the areas where we will be utilizing most of our money. As I had said before, Honorable Chair, most of the money that comes into this department, it's transfers. The little that we have is then to ensure that we can make do with a few areas. Dr. Dunster, if you can just take us through that.
Okay, thank you, DG. Mr. Dancer, you are on the platform.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DG. For the 26-27 normal E&E, I just gonna give a highlight of the budget allocations per program. Then we will.
If you can bring your mic closer to you.
Oh.
Just pull it down a bit.
Okay. Is it better? Thank you. I'm a program 1. As you can see, we've allocated a 1 billion rand, which present 13.2% of the total budget of the department. And then program 2, 2.5 billion rand, which represent 33% of the budget. And then program 3, 3.2 billion rand, which represent 41%, 42% of the total budget. And then program 4, 900 million, which represent 11% of the total budget. If we go to the next slide, it just talks on the how is the money is allocated in terms of the 7.8 billion rand of the total budget of the department, of which 13% is allocated in terms of accommodation for program 1 that represent 5.2%, and then also operating leases accommodation of 34 million, and then property of payments 300 million, consultants 3 million of departmental contract obligations. Then program 2, which represent 2.5 billion or 33%. It's a total appropriation funds of the total budget, the second highest allocation of the budget. And then within the program, the highest amount goes to the ARC, which represent 1.2 billion or 48% of the total budget of this program. And then program 3, this takes the highest amount of the budget, which represent 42%, to round it off, of which within the program 3, farmer support with 2.6 billion or 33% of the budget is allocated then to provincial grants to the amount of 1.8 billion of the pillars of CUSP, of pillars 2 and 3 of CUSP, and then the third pillar of the national extension support, it's 453 million or 5.8% of the total budget. Then in terms of program 4, economic development was allocated 900 million, which represent 11.8% of the total budget, of which the highest amount, 74% goes to cooperative development with 685 million rand. Then this is just a slide that talks to the E&E program. Program 1, as indicated, is 13% of the total budget. Program 2, 33%. Program 3, 42%, and program 4, 12% of the total budget. Then in terms of economic classification, this is just a further breakdown on how it has been reflected in terms of the economic classifications. The highest amount goes to provincial and local government, which is mostly your provincial grants. It's 30.6%. Compensation of employees, 21% of the total budget. That is 2,433 posts. And then goods and services, 20% of the total budget. We will also give a next slide of breaking down how the goods and services on the top 5 normal spending. And then departmental agencies is 16%, 16.5%, of which the most of the money goes to ARC and then NAMIC, but we'll give a total breakdown of that as well. Public operations, 8%, and then building fix, 1.4%. Foreign government international organizations, this is now subscription fees, 0.7%. Households, 0.6% of the budget. Machinery and equipment, this is 0.4% of the budget for equipment, transport, and so forth. And then software and intangible assets, it's 0.1% of the total budget. Then for goods and services, just as you can see that most of our goods and services go 26.3% will go to procurement of insecticides, herbicides, fertilizers, livestock, fodder, animal feed, seeds, seedlings, of which program 2, it's 3.6% of goods and services. Program 3 will be allocated 16% of the goods and services. Program 4, 22.6% of the goods and services under farming. Then payment of from properties, this is also an amount that we must take note of, is 20%, of which program, this is now for buildings and properties and contractors services towards maintenance and repairs of buildings. Program 1, it's 19.1%. Program 2, it's 0.1%. Program 3, 0.1%. And then program 4, 0.6% of the goods and services budgets. Then also in terms of travel and subsistence, 8.5% is for our subsistence in travel. Program 1, it's 1.6% of the goods and services budget. Program 2, 2.7% of the total amount of the goods and services. Program 3, 1.5% of goods and services, and program 4 will be allocated 2.7% for travel and subsistence computer services. I'm not going to go in detail, but the budget there is allocated 8.3% for the goods and services, and then medicine, it's 6.9%. This is now for various medicine that we procure. In terms of land care, program grant in the sending order, I'm just going to concentrate on the financial side for now. It's that KZN for the land care program grant will be allocated 15.7%, Limpopo 15.2%, Eastern Cape 15%, Mpumalanga 10.9%, Northern Cape 10.5%, Free State 10.3%, Northwest 9%, Western Cape 7.3%, and Gauteng 6%. And for land care, for infrastructure, highest amount will go to Eastern Cape 13%, Free State 12.7%, KwaZulu-Natal the same 12.7%, Mpumalanga 12.6%, and then Limpopo 12.6%, the same, Northwest 11.5%, Northern Cape 9.91%, and then Western Cape 8.1%, and Gauteng 7.6% for infrastructure. And in terms of production inputs, Eastern Cape 12.5%, KwaZulu-Natal 12.4%, Limpopo 12.3%, Free State 12%, and Northwest 11.6%, Mpumalanga 11.6%, Northern Cape 11.6%, Western Cape 9.7%, and Gauteng 6.4% of the budget of 700 million rand. In extension recovery plan, the same, it's different. It's now Limpopo 18%, Eastern Cape 17.5%, KwaZulu-Natal 13%, Mpumalanga 10%, Northern Cape 9.3%, Free State 9.1%, Northwest 8.1%, Gauteng 7.7%, and Western Cape 5.7%. Then in terms of agencies, departmental payment of departmental agencies, as you can see that 96% of the budgeted amount will go to the ARC and 3.8% to NAMEC. And then for primary sector education, 0.1%. Onderstepoort, 0. And then also PPECB, also 0% of the total departmental normal agencies. Thank you, Chair. That is a quick run through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The department submits.
Thank you very much, DG and Mr. Dunster. Colleagues, we will take the next presentation from the OBP. And then we will take a round of questions and clarity seeking questions and comments after both presentations have been made. I want to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Smith. We have noted your apology earlier on. So you're welcome. We've just taken the first presentation from the department. Okay, are you going to be leading us? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture. Let me start off by repeating the apology of our chairperson, the chairperson of the board, Professor Peaceful Madeta. She would have loved to be with us today, but unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond control, she couldn't make it. An apology has already been mentioned, Chair, regarding our acting CEO, Dr. Mudumo, is part of the delegation with the minister to Argentina and Brazil, as the DG Ramasodi has already stated. We were also supposed to be with the CFO, the acting CFO at OBP, but yesterday morning she fell ill and she couldn't join us, unfortunately. Chairperson, may I introduce the acting CEO currently, Advocate Peter Ntoso, who will be leading the presentation today. But before I hand over to her, may I indicate, Chair, that regarding the OBP, APP and corporate plan, the board met twice to really consider the plans, and the plans were interrogated and considered, and we are satisfied that what is coming before the portfolio committee is what has gained the consensus at our level. Chairperson, may I also indicate that there is generally a positive trajectory becoming visible in terms of performance at OBP. You'll remember, Chair, that during the third quarter, OBP achieved 85% in terms of achieving its targets. And when we look at the fourth quarter performance, the OBP achieved 71%. So there is generally an upward trajectory in terms of performance. Chairperson, I must also indicate that we are also gaining momentum in terms of creating stability, particularly at top management level. In terms of vacancy rate, the CEO position. Interviews have already been conducted. And in terms of the position of CSE, the chief executive at corporate level, recruitment process has been finalized, and we are ready to make an offer at this point in time. And in terms of the CFO position, the interviews have been conducted, and very shortly we will be having somebody on board. So there is generally stability being gained at the entity, and we are looking forward to a period when OBP will be functioning with full complement. At this point in time, Chair, let me hand over to the acting CEO, Advocate Ntoso, to lead us in terms of the presentation. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you very much. Our advocate, please take us through.
Many thanks, Honorable Chair of the Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee and the departmental leadership. I greet you all equally this morning. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity. We are only happy to be here to take the committee through the great strides that the organization is making. Mr. Kgoboko has indicated some of those strides. We will speak to them as we go through the presentation. Just in terms of the outline, Chair, we have kept to the four critical issues. One being the execution of our mandate in terms of the APP. We will talk briefly about our financial plans for the 26-27 financial year. Chair, we will also provide a brief update on audit action plan, product availability, and three key projects being the freeze dryers, GMP, and facility update. Chair, we will not spend time on the slides. Safe to say that this is the board that has seen OBP's turns to profitability, and we are indebted to their leadership. Chair, we have also outlined our mandate insofar as the organization is concerned in the slide. We will not spend time on it. The next slide just illustrates where we fit in the broad scheme of things, particularly the importance of integration with the department's strategic outputs. Next slide. In this slide, we are exhibiting how our programs align with that of the department, and which is very important, as it was already reported earlier that we are part of their program from the policy-making point of view, and it's important, therefore, that our execution is aligned to the department. Chair, the organization for 2026-2027 financial year will still proceed on the basis of 5 programs. We will take you through each of those. And the APP has remained largely the same for the reasons that, you know, we assume profitability, and we need to ensure that that which is working should not be broken, and ensure that at least we focus on building the organization from where it is into great heights. You would see that there are 4 outputs for program 1, which is the ever elusive clean audit. We have in the APP itself outlined the activities that we will do per quarter to ensure that we arrive at the unqualified or at least improved audit outcome. And with the idea in terms of the corporate plan of attaining clean audit in 2028-2029 financial year. Chair, when we deal with the audit action plan, you will see the strides that has been made to ensure that the organization improves its audit outcome. In terms of the HR practices, we have retained this output purely because we need to read with the talent retention. We need to attain the skill that we have. We acknowledge that part of what we have as OBP is not found anywhere in the country, and we continue to invest in our people to ensure that we progress the organization to achieve its strategic objectives during this MTEF. If you go to the second program, which deals with financial growth, we have, as indicated by Mr. Hobuk, we've seen the organization turning to profitability. In the 25-26, we will be taking the portfolio committee through our performance for the fourth quarter in months to come. But we have refined our financial sustainability strategy, which is going to talk to the 5-year plan of how we are going to move from where we are, sustain the gains that we have made in the current financial year, and reach the projected rate of 700 million come 2029-2030 financial year. We are going to invest heavily, Chair, in terms of our research and development. Much has been said in the earlier presentation about amending Act 36. We have a few products that are waiting for registration, and we will continue to invest in our research and development to ensure that organization becomes agile in terms of fulfilling its mandate and responding to farmer needs. Lastly, on program 2, we will talk about our efforts to diversify. Chair, we have indicated what we want to do, becoming a distributor of international products. We will also open our facility for contract manufacturing, amongst other things that we plan to do. In terms of program 3, which is dealing with retention of acquisition of new clients and retaining those who are already in our books, we have 3 sub-programs which deals with customer satisfaction, customer retention, and acquisition of new clients. We are running an outsourced service of a barometer of our services to ensure that we remain relevant. We are aware of what clients are communicating to us, and we have systems in place to ensure that we respond accordingly. If you go to program 4, which talks to product availability, there's a separate slide for this, Chair. I think, honorable members, we've are indebted to the consents and the leadership of this committee so far as product availability is concerned. We are happy to report that for the year that has just ended, we have done well in terms of product availability, and we have refined what we want to do for the 26-27 financial year in terms of measurement of stock in distribution, which is outlined in the APP itself. The last program deals with facilities and infrastructure, and I think the portfolio committee has been to our facility, and a lot of concerns were raised insofar as certain departments are concerned. What we plan to do, Chair, we've introduced new outputs, the one dealing with freeze dryer readiness, the other one deals with site maintenance, and the last one then deals with capital projects. These 3 outputs are going to ensure that virtually OBP becomes a construction site for 26-27, 27-28, and there are detailed plans as to how this will be achieved. But it's important, at least at this level, that we indicate that there are detailed plans as to how this will support the broad mandate of organization, especially given the fact that the facility is very old and we are moving in the direction of automation, and therefore we need to have a fit for purpose facility that support the rollout of the upgrade. Those are the 5 programs, Chair, which, as indicated, are largely part of what has been looked at in the 24-25 and 25-26 financial year by the improvements on Program 5. Chair, in line with what I've just reported, that we're going to spend a lot of time and effort and resources on facility upgrade, you will see that 33% of our budget, yes, 33% of our budget will go to product availability. We exist as an organization to produce and sell as much products to the market. We exist to be responsive to the needs of this country. We have demonstrated, Chair, with the recent surge in Rift Valley fever in December and January, that we are quite capable to respond to market needs, and we'll invest a lot of money in that regard. This will then be followed by the financial growth. As indicated earlier, that OBP is a self-sustaining organization, and therefore much of what we are going to spend is what we are generating ourselves as revenue. So I think on the financial aspect, Chair, we are having a budget of about around 340 million for 26-27, and this will grow to around 600 million towards the end of the MTEF. I think this is just the details of how the budget will be allocated, including the financial position. Insofar as the audit action plan is concerned, Chair, we have been reporting on this particular item for all the successive quarters of the 25-26 financial year. I need to indicate, Chair, that as part of our commitment to turning matters of audit around, we have requested the AG to conduct an interim audit. And one of the areas that were looked at was this particular audit action plan. The first report was tabled at the board meeting on the 24th of April. I think great strides have been made insofar as the findings, especially repeat findings, are concerned. There, of course, are still concerns around inventory, cost of sales, etc., which we are currently addressing. The report on this audit action plan will assist us in formulating a strategy for preparations for the substantive audits that are going to take place in May. But for the purpose of this session, Chair, just to indicate that a lot of the findings have been resolved, and those that remains outstanding were just waiting for the year-end activities, about 2 or 3 that are part of the ongoing initiative to solve the issues. Thank you. We are, Chair, also happy to report on product availability. You would see on the last column the percentage of stock availability of various items. Chair, we are comfortable as an organization that will be able to respond, and we continue to respond to the market needs. You would see that some of the products like your African horse sickness is recording a significantly high percentage because, you know, the vaccination season is about to start May, June, and we are adequately prepared for that. That applies to Rift Valley fever live. We have sufficient stock of that because we're still seeing sporadic spikes in terms of demand. The next slide, Chair, is just the update on freeze dryers. The honorable members will recall that we procured 2 freeze dryers as part of our production improvement plan. Happy, Chair, to inform honorable members that the service providers from both China and Spain have handed the 2 freeze dryers to OBP. The commissioning from their end has been completed. For GIA, it was completed in April. And in respect of both, Chair, we are now well ahead in terms of undertaking performance qualification and recipe validation in respect of the two freeze dryers. We are anticipating, Chair, that we will have the first commercial batch in respect of both towards the second quarter of the current financial year, July, August, September. Given the size of both, we are working tirelessly to ensure that the first commercial batch at least is produced earlier than anticipated. The Telstar freeze dryer, which is relatively smaller, was handed to us on the 25th of February by the Spanish, and Chair, it is also anticipated that we will have the first commercial batch by September. The next slide, Chair, deals with the GMP update. The last time we were here, Chair, we reported that the procurement processes for the specialist advisor is about to be finalized. Indeed, we went through the bid evaluation, bid adjudication committees, but all the 4 bids that were received were not responsive. And we are back on the market. The tender, I'm informed this morning that has been advertised, and that we are looking forward to finalizing the appointment of the specialist advisor in the first quarter of the current financial year. Chair, in conclusion, we are looking at the OBP that is fit for purpose financially, in terms of product availability, supply. We are going to invest heavily on our facility and infrastructure to ensure that we even attract new markets in terms of our corporate plan moving to 2029, 2030. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We submit.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Appreciation for the presentation. Colleagues, if you would like to engage with the 2 reports, I'll take Honorable Smith, Honorable Trollip, Honorable Ndalane, Honorable Davids, and Dr. Nkaban. Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, apology for joining a bit late. I just needed to deal with something personal. Okay. Chair, I'm going to focus on the OBP once again. I think my other colleagues will cover the aspects on the department, and I'll come in later if something's not mentioned, because I've got a few questions on OBP. As you know, I'm looking back at last year and the engagements we had, and you're telling us you made great strides, but I would also like you to be frank and honest with us in terms of serious challenges that you are sitting with, and if there's plans in place to attend to it, how you plan to attend to it, and also how we as a committee can assist, to get that sorted out as well. So it's good to tell the good things, but we also need to know what's the problem so that we can actually attend to those. I would like to follow up on situations that were previously there. So I want to know the status of various aspects. For example, the installation of the freeze dryers that arrived and stood outside for quite a long time. Has it been now installed? Your testing facility, when we did oversight, you took us to the brand new testing facility at the back. So what's the status of that facility? Is it in use? What's the situation around that? Then again, on the tester and media availability, is that sorted out? And then the vector standard operating procedures, is that in place? Also your waste control and water disposal. of the wastewater. And then the WFI water, in terms of RO water compliance, the testing for microbial conductivity, organic carbon, bacteria, endotoxins, and all of those. So I'm gonna stop at that because I also want my colleagues to have an opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Thank you to the presenters for the presentations. Chair, my first questions are going to be directed to the DG. In his presentation, when he spoke about strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, he said that one of the strengths was, or some of the strengths are that policy, outcomes, and you have enough policies, you have skills, you have staff, etc. My first question is, why then are the policy outcomes so questionable when it comes to rural development and agricultural production sustainability, especially in the emerging or developing sector? Then around weaknesses, you said you don't have a strong relationship with the private sector and over-reliance on consultants and corruption. Now, that's where I want to focus my main part of my question. Because in your assessment, you said your strengths were in the policy area, but the weaknesses indicate that that is undermining the policies. And I'll tell you why I say that. In our oversight observations, and I wrote a communication to the chairperson about this the other day to say that we as a committee go to various provinces. We oversight various sectors. We've been to pecanut projects, we've seen maize projects, we've been to lucerne projects, macadamia, necha macadamias, citrus projects, farmer production support units, chickens, and every one of those production areas, we encountered failure. So we can't, as a committee, travel around the country as if we're on the blue train, driving past, making observations, and submitting reports and nothing changes. Some of these projects have been failing for years, and the hallmark of failure goes back to the very same officials. Wherever you encounter failure, you come across the same officials from the Department of Agriculture. I agree that wool and beef are probably the most successful areas, but as soon as you go to intensive agriculture, we see failure. And what concerns me, Chair, is if you go and look at the budgets around comprehensive agricultural support, and you look at the budget for improving food security, the lion's share of the budget goes there, but the results are so poor. We talk about achieving sector transformation. The current production of black transformation in agriculture is around 13%. The target is 20%. Yet the lion's share of the budget goes there. So I don't see the two coming together. The strengths and the weaknesses are undermining each other. And that's my concern, because please, I would love you to take this committee to one production area of success where people are independent, have gained independent sustainability. But I'm afraid what we've seen to date is failure. And we can't continue visiting sustained failure without seeing sustained improvement. And then I get really concerned when a large part of our focus is then around cannabis and the greenhouse gas emission and water efficiency and research when the existing projects are failing. How can we move on to new productions and new technologies when the existing ones are not working? And I've mentioned the ones that I'm really concerned about. Then, Chair, land care. 413 million rand to land care, and 20% of the budget goes to goods and services. And I look at some of those areas where the money is spent. Input costs, fertilizer, herbicides, insecticides, livestock, plant consumption, livestock fodder, animal feed, seeds. Land care involves improved felt management, fencing. Go to any project, the fencing is an issue. Go to any project, people say they're not getting input costs, but the budget reflects massive amounts of resources going to these input costs. This is an enormous risk area, and how does the department handle or mitigate the risk? Because livestock feed goes missing, fertilizer seed goes missing to people who are in the department who are farmers themselves and end up using those products, but they don't get to where they're supposed to be delivered. Chair, I was very happy to hear that the number of acting positions at OBP are being filled and that some interviews are coming to the end or conclusion, and people are being made employment offers, because all your objectives that you want to achieve, you're not going to achieve them with a whole list of acting people. And then my last question to OBP is improved product availability and availability of stock for distribution. Now, the presenter said that OBP is going to become a production site, or what did you call it? Construction site. I wrote production on it. Construction site. The last time we spent 500 million rand at OBP, we had nothing to show for in return. What are we going to do to prevent that happening again while this is in a construction site phase? Because we can't afford to throw good money after bad, because we were exposed right in the middle of the worst foot and mouth disease outbreak, that money that went missing couldn't have happened at a worst possible time. But any cent stolen or misappropriated, not used properly, is catastrophic for any government. But we have shown that it let this country down. OBP was not able to meet the demand for vaccines, and we are still battling with importation of vaccines. So all the issues, you know, the GMP roadmap, enterprise architecture, digitization, improved long-term planning, site maintenance, operational readiness, new freeze dryers, that's all wonderful. But how are we going to make sure that it delivers on time in order to become an effective institution that can provide vaccines? The DG shares my frustration that around November, December, January, I send him messages every year to say, there's no heart, water, blood vaccine. Asiatic, African farmers are off their heads. And often we run out of these vaccines. But when I saw the inventory, everything looks hunky-dory. And then lastly, Chair and DG, I'm concerned that the GMP project, we were told that there were 4 bids received, they weren't responsive, and that we're going out to tender again. What makes us believe that we will get an effective bidder this time around? Because everything hangs on that as far as the GMP project is concerned. So I'd like to get some more facts around that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip. Mendalan.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. And let me also welcome the presentation. I think mine is around the finding, AG findings. Say the planning and on the monitoring and evaluation, saying that they have received little attention, and what specific changes were made to 2026-27 APP technical indicators. The second one is on digital transformation system. What budget is allocated to 2026-27 to upgrade or replace the department farmers registration subsidy and payment application system? the cyber security with more farmer data in the APP. What percent of 2026-27 IT budget is for security on the department and entities still? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Davids.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the department and OBP for the presentation. I wanted first to start up with OBP. You made the remark that you care for the workers. So my question is, why is there still vacancies at executive level? Because your position of the Chief Executive Officer, the CEO, and your position of the Chief Scientific Officer and the Chief Financial Officer is still acting or interim basis. So my question is, why is that, and what is your plan for moving forward? Then my other question for OBP is, there's an urgent need to finalize the plans and appointments of relevant service providers in your entity. So what is OBP's plan to do to make sure that the animal health production in both domestic and international markets? What is your plan to improve that? And then my last question, your capacity constraints in infrastructure and delayed equipment commissioning. What are you going to do to address that? Because there's a delays in your production of capacity constraints in infrastructure. Then my question to the department, in your overall budget priorities, your total allocation for vote 29 budget 2026 and 2027, and how does it compare to the previous year of 2025 and 2026 in the normal and real terms? And then my Mr. MP before me already asked the minister vs delivery. In 2025 and 2026, the minister's budget grew 36.4%. While farmer support stayed flat, what is the 2026-2027 split and justification for that? And then to the farmer support and transformation, extended services. Your recovery plan in 2025 took 439.7 million. What is your percentage of post-fold, and what is the farmer extensions officers ratio for 2026 and 2027? Then my, Chair, can I ask all my questions?
You can.
Okay. Then the infrastructure and colleges, your agri colleges, they receive 103.8 million for 11 colleges in 2025-2026, and it was flagged as insufficient. Has the funding model been revived for 2026-2027? What is the new allocation? And then your irrigation and boreholes, the DG said water is very important for our sector as we are using the majority of water. So what 2026 and 2027 budget addresses water infrastructure given raw water pricing strategy and groundwater regulations risk? Given that our sector used the biggest presentation of water, and then the digital transformation system, the ELC/LRMC labs tender is out for liquid, is out. So my question there is, Gigi, is how will this APP tech improve export certification in 2026-2027? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Nkabane, Honorable van der Walt, would you like to come in after Dr. Nkabane?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to the team from the department as led by the DG. I believe we are engaging on both presentations, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, the first reflection that I'm going to pose is to the OBP. I've just observed from their presentation that for 3 consecutive years, we have received qualified audit opinion. I've also noticed that there is a strategy that they've put in place to try and stabilize governance as well as administration, because the acting chair indicated that they are in a final stage of appointing or making appointments on key positions, like your CEO and CFO, in terms of their governance reforms, which is a very good thing. As much as I've noted that they are saying they are in a process of implementing audit action plan for them to be in a position to improve audit outcomes for this financial year, I want to get a sense, what is it that they are going to effect to turn around the outcomes that we have just received from them? And then I'm moving to the first presentation, Chairperson. I've noticed that with the department, there are priorities as presented by the President during the State of the Nation address. In particular around farmer support, where they say 10,000 extension officers will be appointed, as well as in relation to biosecurity. I just want to get a progress report on how far are they in terms of implementing these priorities as tabled by the President, because in the next State of the Nation address, our people will be expecting to get a progress report to get a sense how far are we in terms of these priorities. The second one, Chair, is around Program 2. I just want to commend the department on drafting the greenhouse gas emission reduction plan for agricultural sector. Because, Chair, as the country, we committed on trying to achieve the 2050 net zero goal. I just want to commend them for actually responding to this call as per the national determined contribution of the country of reducing our greenhouse gas, which are sitting at, the commitment is 320 to 380 million tons by 2035. It's very good that all the sectors are trying to contribute to this commitment that we have made as the country. On Program 4, Chair, is Program 4, I just want to get a sense around economic development, trade and marketing. Chair, I've seen that amongst the sub-key programs is cooperative development. There is a notion, Chair, that cooperatives in South Africa, they are failing due to various reasons. Amongst them is insufficient funding, mismanagement and poor market access skills, as well as poor monitoring and evaluation. What is it that you are going to bring on this one to make it work? What measures is the department going to come up with to ensure that this cooperative development support program becomes sustainable and produce positive results? On the same program, Chair, I'm worried about the BE fund, Agri-BE fund, because I don't believe there is an application of SMART principles on this target or performance indicator. Hence, it reflects annual report as a target rather than the number of producers that will benefit. Then it is going to be quite difficult for us as the portfolio committee to play our oversight role. It's going to be tricky to come to a determination whether the department is meeting its targets, is performing or not. So I think we need to also look at that and see how best can we then correct it. I think those are key issues that one wanted to speak on. Thank you so much. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Nkabane. Honorable van der Walt, you will be followed by Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I hope my questions aren't too wide out of the presentation, but I'm very keen, if you look at, let's call it projects that is not so successful, my question would be, first of all, and I'm definitely not a promoter of the National Skills Fund. I think I must put that out clearly, but if it's governed differently, maybe. But are we, or have we in the past, or will we consider to maybe get people, I think a lot of times it's about skills, because there's a perception that you're a farmer, it's an easy thing, and it's not. Are people really well skilled in these agri projects? Will we consider the National Skill Funds or something similar if it is really, really monitored properly by qualified and skilled people with a good positive track record? And what is our stance with regards to private agricultural colleges? In Limpopo, there is a brilliant one, but they don't even get opportunity for some time to present. And should we not look at that and see how they can assist? Chairperson, then something completely different. Honorable Trollop raised the issue about the loss, the huge loss there was. But also last week we spoke about the breakages of the vaccine. So if you just see what 6 and 8% of 1 million or 2 million is, it's really from 60,000 up to over 100,000 doses that are lost. I'm not sure if those original little bottles really break that easy. So I had a question about that, but I'll do it at a different time. So those losses, are we in a way covered somehow? Because surely if you lose 60 or 160,000, 100,000 plus doses, it's a huge loss. And who's responsible for that loss? And are we making provision for that? That's all, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, yeah, there was one point that I missed on OBP. I think consequence management and accountability. As we know, there was big problems at the OBP. So I want to know, in terms of accountability, recovering of monies, especially when relating to the GMP, and if there's criminal cases on that. So I want to be sure that we hold those accountable that caused the mess in the first place. For the department, I would like to know, because we pick up, a lot of implementation, and in terms of your budget, in any way, around 80% of your budget go to provinces. I might be wrong on the exact figure, but it's approximate. So I want to know which changes did you, or are you busy putting in place in terms of systems, monitoring, evaluation, and also for accountability and oversight for provincial departments to make sure that monies are properly accounted for, so that we also get early warning systems so that we can make sure that these interventions that take place. I see, Treasury is starting to hold back money for municipalities not doing what they're supposed to do, and the same strategy might be necessary for some provinces that also don't manage the money properly. Then the status of the master plans, we had a discussion around venison and Chevron, for the formalization of those industries, and specifically also opening export markets. We know there's really a great opportunity for us to do that. And then on the side, I'm also going to mention the halal market as well, because that's also, we are perfectly positioned to tap into that. Then the last question is the current status of a comprehensive agricultural land audit that I feel is very important, because one of the mandates of the department and the minister is to protect and manage agricultural land. And if we do not have exactly the detail on land and what the status of it is, so that we can prevent the development of high value agricultural land, which is a scarce commodity, both on tribal, communal, and private ownership, as well as within state control. So I think that is very, very important, that we have a proper management plan and monitoring system in place to curb the urbanization of high value agricultural land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smith. DG and the team, I have a few issues that I want to raise. So the first one I want to talk to, it's the issue around the cooperative enterprise development. And the question would be whether you have been able to deal with that, especially the placement, because we've been receiving letters from officials. I don't know whether they are about 200 or so in relation to the placement. So if you can talk to that first. Now, your APP does not have the signature for the DDG for Economic Development, Trade and Marketing, which is Program 4. And what are the implications for the accountability regarding the implementation of targets under this program? The last time we asked, we were told that the DDG is on precautionary, suspension. We were not told what are the issues and how long it's going to take the process. Now, the inputs from the Auditor-General of South Africa. The correspondence that I was relating to earlier on, that we then requested that they shouldn't be coming because we've got the gist of the issues that they have raised. The unfortunate part is that DG, you don't seem to be addressing these issues that they're raising timeously, and they keep on surfacing every time, every year. They raise them, they come back. I just want an assurance, DG. And in my discussion, I must say that when I discussed with the Auditor General's office, we were told that you did very well this time around, and that you tried by all means not to have the situation that we've had the previous year when we were sitting here, except that we just want the assurance that you'll be able to address. You spoke about all the others, bar one area, which is the registration of the students. And the other thing that I think comes back every time is the poor planning documents also have an impact, for performance reports. And that you may find yourself with repeat audit findings because either you delay in terms of the planning and responding to these issues. Now, on market access, DG and the DDG. DDG Srage, o teng? Okay, nakere wa nkotla. On market access, particularly for smallholder producers, it remains a major challenge. And one of the department's focus areas, which the minister also further highlighted, was market expansion as a priority. The indicator, therefore, to address the challenge is on Program 4 under Economic Development, Trade and Marketing, which talks to a number of smallholder producers capacitated in agricultural marketing. However, there's no monitoring of whether the trained producers, you know, the 300 per year that you're indicating here, do access markets following the training that you give them. And as a result, there is no evidence that shows that the training yields the desired impact. And I think you need to speak to that. Further, despite the department's intention through training, lack of market access remains a serious a major constraint that is highlighted by smallholder producers in all committee oversight visits. And I think Honorable Trolley also spoke about such earlier on when he spoke. In every oversight visit that we go to, we always have that challenge, which means that market access and benefits from market expansion accrue to established and large-scale commercial producers. And the department's capacity building programs do not seem to yield a positive result. If we could be assured on that, and what are the plans? But also, DG, I would like you to explain how your activities as a department on ensuring market access for smallholder producers are aligned to those of the National Agricultural Marketing Council. From reports that I've read until now, I have noted that despite being under-resourced, the National Agricultural Marketing Council has had more positive outcomes in linking smallholder farmers to markets than the department. And I think at some point I raised the matter as to, shouldn't we be considering commissioning the function with associated resources to this institution, the National Agricultural Marketing Council? I'm trying to raise it again, you know, for the second time and hear what you're saying. Now, committee recommendations for the on the 2025-26 annual plan. I have a few of them, and I think I'm gonna leave you to respond to some of these issues, and then I'll come back to this. So that you don't have so much on the plate, and we miss some of the responses within the cracks. DG, let me go back to you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, DG. Honorable Davids, do you want to come back?
Yes, Chair, thank you again for this opportunity. I wanted to come in, Chair, with the food and nutrition security. The department should explain what is the actual number that the 17.5% baseline on slide 12 in respect of the percentage of households with severe food insecurity is based on, and from what year, and that what interventions has been implemented thus far to reduce the percentage of households with severe food insecurity. How is the department engaging and collaborating with other departments and non-governmental stakeholders to tackle this huge crisis? Is the department aware of the report on food insecurity in South Africa that has been recently released in April 2026 by Food Forward South Africa? It's a non-profitable organization that is in partnership with UCT University. The research study found that over 12 months reference period, 70% of severe households were food insecure, with 45% moderately food insecure and 25% severely food insecure. This organization calls for bold policy making and purposeful actions to address the deepening crisis and sub-rise in food and nutrition insecurity in South Africa. The department just reported that it has failed to finalize the policy instrument to address food insecurity, the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, which was supposed to be implemented this year. The department should explain what causes the delay in having the plan approved in the past year and why such a crucial plan is supposed to take a whole financial year just to be endorsed when food insecurity is a crisis level and children are dying from malnutrition. Thank you, Chair.
Jill, let me go back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for the questions. Let me do this way. Can I request Dr. Puti and Mem Mulutsi to respond to the planning questions? Then ask Mr. Danster to respond to the financial questions. Ask Mebu Tseling to deal with food security, Ntate Serache with production and the biosecurity issues, and then I'll wrap up in terms of the policy questions. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Go ahead. Qala ka mang? Ka Ntate Puti.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair DG. Maybe let me start with the first issue on TID. I think maybe it's important to state upfront that you know that with AG, we'll normally get officials that are new. So the main issue with the AG is that they were actually not very much aware about how where the issues that were raised with the previous AG were resolved. So it was mostly by just giving them assurance, by taking them through about some of the issues which they raised while they've already been addressed here in the previous AGSA. And I think the key issue amongst them was the issue of the relationship between us, National Department and Provincial Department, as far as contribution to MTDP is concerned. That is why, Chair, you'll see that in the APP that DG has just presented, we do have a coordinating indicator that talks about the issues around household. So that was one issue which was not there, and we ended up agreeing with AG that that's an area that we'll put. Not that we have not been coordinating that particular area. You will know that we do have standardized indicators with provincial departments, where all of them, we do have coordinating structures which are actually working group reporting directly to Mintech that are taking care of all of that. The other issue in the TID, which we had to work a little bit harder in getting AGSA understand where we are coming from on, it was just the relationship between data sources, source of data and the means of verification in the technical indicator description. It took us some time because there was some duplication which AGSA, the AGSA proposal were going to lead us to duplication, you know, in having the source of data and means of verification just being the same. But eventually we AGSA understood where we are coming from. There was also an issue where AGSA also needed an assurance from us of how we dealt with DPME inputs in our first draft of the APP, because they were not having any written input from DPME, which gives them assurance that all those issues have been dealt with. I think one other key issue that is also important to raise was the issue around unqualified audit opinion. In previous years, Chair, you remember that it was qualified as on financial statements. But AGSA wanted us to broaden it so that it should not give the impression that our focus is only on financials, but to just leave it as the entire performance of the department, which will also touch on non-financial and compliance issues. So this time around, when we talk about unqualified audit opinion, it will be focused on all those three areas: financials, non-financial, and issues of compliance. Okay, the other issue that was raised, Chair, was the issue of the Agri-B fund indicator, which is not smart. I think when you look at this indicator, Chair, it's actually one of those indicators that are demand-driven. So it becomes actually risky on itself for you to be able to set a target on something that is demand-driven, where there is a very strenuous processes, which amongst it also involves, even the applicants having to pop up some money, in the process of Agri-B. But however, because we are very much aware about all the key indicators of interest into that particular indicator, you realize that we are not necessarily measuring it on the report itself, but that very same report, when you go to the TID, it stated quite clearly upfront all the key important parameters which we believe are very critical. Amongst them, it will be the number of applicants that have applied. Our assessment report will be able to detail those that have been successful and those that have not been successful, with reasons, of course, the value of the applicant, and a number of key indicators that are there into that particular report. And all of those is just to offset that issue, which will be able to assist of what proactively we need to be able to focus on when we have to measure that indicator. Yeah, I think that's it, memory, unless if I've left something unintentional. But I wanted maybe just the last point of our relationship with provincial department. I think we do have very strong coordinating structure, which we are, almost all the time evaluating, strengthening the work that they are doing. Besides having functional technical working groups that are providing oversight of the provincial department, we also do have a planning, monitoring, and evaluation working committee, which is not only look at provincial department, but it is also extending its role on the public entities. And all of those working groups are actually MinTech working committees to make sure that we are going to be able to escalate all the issues that we are coming across there and get them to be solved immediately. Besides the normal process, Chair, where we, from almost on an annual basis, we do evaluate, we do assess the annual performance plan that we receive for both provincial departments and public entities to ensure that there is alignment and avoid unnecessary duplication in our work towards MTDP. Let me pause here. I'm not sure if if there's anything that I might have left out for you to add. Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson, DG. Colleagues, I think you've covered most of the things, but of importance, Chairperson, is slide 24. The fact that the DOA has got a concurrent function with the provincial departments of agriculture. The detail is in terms of the interventions that are happening. They are actually at the provincial departments of agriculture. Mr. Puti has mentioned the fact that we provide oversight, the MinTech working groups that are taking place as expected every quarter. We've got 31 standardized indicators. This is all the 9 provincial departments of agriculture. They actually implement those indicators that we're providing oversight to. That is actually funded through the CASP. So I just thought that I needed to, emphasize this slide as well, because that is where the work is actually happening in the PDAs. I thank you, Chairperson and DG.
Thank you. Who's following?
Go to finance, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Mr. Dasta?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the main question was in terms of an analysis of comparing the 2026-2027 E&E with the previous year's budget. Unfortunately, I doesn't have that comparison, but I can request the committee that we can provide that information and do that analysis. And I think in future presentations, we I think it's a very good question. Then we can compare also how it relates to the previous budget. Is a movement up or a movement down? Yes, thank you for that, but we will definitely provide it. Thank you. It's a very good insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor
DG?
Motseleng?
Memo Tseleng, ke wena?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Portfolio Committee members, and thanks, DG. I will start with a question from Honorable Davies around the issue of extension farmer ratio. And if we do have a budget in as far as extension is concerned. Honorable Member, our work towards extension, we do it through provinces. However, as part of our conditional grant CASP, there's a pillar that addresses extension recovery plan. But recruitment as an aspect is not handled through the conditional grant. It is handled through the usual government recruitment processes. In your question of the extension farmer ratio, maybe if we work backward, 3 or 5 years ago, we were dealing with an extension farmer ratio of 2,250. But with now the efforts of government to increase the number of extension officers, we're sitting now with one farmer to one extension officer to 1,400 farmers within that range. Your other question, your last question, Honorable Member, was around where did we get that figure of 17.5% in as far as food insecurity. We acknowledge your recent statistics from Food Forward South Africa, but when the department was doing this presentation, we were relying on 2 sources in as far as food insecurity is concerned. One is the general food survey, food security survey that was done in 2024. The other one is the department in collaboration with Human Research Council. We did our food and nutrition survey. So the figures were a concurrence of those 2, the general food security survey and our own food and nutrition security. So that is where we got that 17%. But we do acknowledge the recent one that you have, Honorable Member, has just cited. Your other question, Honorable Member Davies, was around colleges of agriculture infrastructure. We do nationally, through the help of National Treasury, again, as part of CASP, we've got a pillar that we call College Revitalization Plan, and that pillar addresses infrastructure in colleges of agriculture. We allocate that to the 6 provinces that do house colleges of agriculture. Unfortunately, for this current financial year, 2026-27, due to reprioritization and around us dealing with foot and mouth disease, the allocation for college infrastructure for 2026-27, we do not have an allocation. In our consultation through the Director-General with National Treasury, the cut is only for this current financial year, but with the outer years, we will be having an allocation for colleges of agriculture infrastructure, and we will continue with the plans that we have for that. Honorable Van der Walt asked a question around the National Skills Fund. We can confirm, Honorable Member, that as a department, we do have a working relationship with National Skills Fund, and you would appreciate, Honorable Member, that with National Skills Fund, it depends on application process. We will apply for their grant funding, particularly our previous application with them was to augment our skills development for farmers, farmer training aspect. But over and above that, again, 10% of the total allocation that goes to projects, CASP project, is dedicated to farmer training and mentorship. And we do, and I must indicate that our training to farmers does not depend on what we think farmers should be trained on. We've got a process of skills audit, and we work with a provincial Department of Agriculture. Before a training happens at a farm level, it will be the farmers themselves that would have indicated that we need training. And others even become very upfront to say, we do not need training. Instead, get graduates for us that will come and we mentor them through that process. So we can confirm that we do work with, there was another question around the private colleges that do provide skilling. The landscape in as far as farmer training is concerned in the country within the agriculture is that there are provinces that do have their own farmer training skill centers. Northwest is one such. But in a case where a province is not necessarily utilizing the public colleges of agriculture, we do use those private agri colleges. Buhle and Mpumalanga is one of such colleges, and I know, like an honorable member has indicated, in Limpopo as well, they do use such private colleges of agriculture to augment their skilling. Honorable Nkabani, in her absence, asked a question to say, as part of the State of the Nation address, President indicated the recruitment of 10,000 extension officers. She wanted us to give a progress in as far as that is concerned. What we have done as a department to date is that we have already appointed 330 extension. When the announcement was made, we were still as a department busy with the appointment of those extension practitioners. So 330 are already appointed on contract in the 9 provinces. So we are left with 670. We do not necessarily have a dedicated budget, but within the existing limited budget, we're working with provinces to attempt to reach that target of 10,000. So as at today, we have 330 and we left with 670 extensionists that we still need to recruit. I submit to.
Sorry, Chair, just on a point of order, those numbers don't make sense. 10,000 extension officers were to be appointed.
Yes.
The presenter says they've appointed 330 and they've got 670 left to recruit. That's not 10,000, that's 1,000.
I apologize. I wanted to say 6,700, Chair. Apologies. That is the number we are left with, Honorable Trollis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. DG Gisrach.
This one. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you and to honorable members. I think from program 2, not much this time around, except there are the implied, when you talk of OBP, but I think OBP will address those questions that are directed at them. Just one with regard to Honorable Trollip, the Cannabis Master Plan, which is in progress thereabouts, versus failing projects in provincial sphere, in the provincial sphere, is a matter I think that my colleagues have already attended to, which basically is about the competence area of national department and that of provincial departments. But I think DG will get to that. But in short, why we still have the Cannabis Master Plan contribution, the 3 pillars of the 11 pillars of the Cannabis Master Plan resides with this department. These are with regard to research and variety development. So much as the master plan itself has been moved to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, we still are assisting the master plan rollout with regard to the 3 pillars, which are about research and the registration, as well as the seat availability. So that part we still do, and it's ongoing from the previous years. Other than that, the other questions are not necessarily for program 2. They would be for OBP, but with regard to also the Chevron and venison halal, the development thereof, there are, and this couples with what Honorable Chair raised about market access. There are engagements currently going on, as members are aware that we are, the foot and mouth disease outbreak, unfortunately, negatively impacts the export potential of the country. So there are engagements, I would rather call them new engagements happening with the export markets in the Middle East with regard to the export of beef and red meat in the main. And so the halal also obviously then falls in that category, but we are busy renegotiating potential or possibilities of exporting products from healthy FMD vaccinated animals. So the prospects are there. They are looking positive, and we hope to have that happening. But Chevron and venison, the game meat strategy, which is also administered by the Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environment. We collaborate with them, but in essence, our input there comes with regard to the meat safety regulations, which we are finalizing, which would then assist the department, the DFFE department, to be able to roll out their game meat strategy. The Chevron, there isn't much other than the current research that we presented with this committee with regard to the goat massification projects. That work is still it's not yet at a stage where we would be able to present results other than the research work that is currently underway. So that's where we are. But the other question from Honorable Van der Walt with regard to the breakages, that concern is also our, we share the concerns. We're busy investigating with regard to who is responsible and who can we apportion the responsibility. But in the main, as and when we have got a lot of products that we're dealing with, and there's likely to be damages. Unfortunately, these are just too much for us to imbibe and be comfortable with. But we're looking at, it's not really about the quality of the bottles. It could just be that the pressure to ensure vaccination happens. And these are in bottles, as you'd understand, are not in plastic containers, mostly, so they would easily break and fall. But it's a matter that if we were given an opportunity, Chairperson, we would be able to round up and have details with regards to what is really the cause. And DG has actually tasked us to investigate and further to check what is actually happening, because we agree that that's just too much loss, number of vaccine doses that are lost. The market access I spoke of briefly, but it's a matter that is ongoing. We hope to be able to resuscitate the export markets and add others that would accept animal products from especially beef and beef products from healthy vaccinated cattle. I think those are the only ones that were relevant to program 2. And I'm not sure if I skipped others, but the land audit, yes, which is also partly ours, and it relates to the PIDALA, Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Act of 2025. A lot of work is going to go in that area. Members are aware that that act, which is soon will be commenced with, automatically then repeals the Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act. And when that happens, the entire agricultural land, management of the entire agricultural land becomes a concurrent function. In fact, it goes up to the local sphere of government, because for matters that would relate to SALA, which basically is the national competence, and we approve application for change of land use or leasing and all of that. In the new Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Act, that is no longer the sole responsibility of the national sphere of government. So it requires provincial as well as the local sphere to work together, and that will then be able to to allow us, put us in a better state to be able to tell with certainty how much of the agricultural land or how much of the land that we have in the country can with certainty be identified as agricultural land. At the moment, though not confirmed, as at when we were developing the bill, we were working from 21 million hectares of agricultural land being used for agriculture. And but obviously on a daily basis, we process applications for change of land use. Members would also understand that. And with the PIDALA coming into place, there's a rush for most of the land to then be clawed back into non-agricultural uses. So we do not really have, and we need to also work with our sister department of Land Reform and Rural Development to just be able to land being their competency. We need to ensure that our figures are aligned. So it's not a matter that one could easily talk, but we talk from the land that is covered under the SALA. Let me just explain what SALA excludes so that members can have an idea. Land that belongs to the government, either in the form of traditional authority, municipal and government department, is excluded from SALA. So we then we are not able to then account for that land because in the current legislation regime, that is excluded from subdivision agricultural land. In other words, land that is owned by traditional authority, provincial department, municipality could easily be changed into anything else without the Department of Agriculture having to have to approve or look into that. Hence, the new law, the PIDALA, which then ensured that all land, irrespective of who owns the land, has got to be administered by the National Department in collaboration with the two other spheres of government. So there's a lot of land, therefore, that would have been lost by the time we have the PIDALA commenced with there will be a lot of land. At the moment, there's a lot of land that is being changed and changing hands. So it's not I wouldn't want to give a figure now, but it's safe to say that we've been up to when we developed the Act operating agriculture from 21 million hectares in the country used for agriculture. Thank you very much. Over to you, CG.
Thank you. DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I think the complexities that Ndadesarage concludes on is what we need to look at, because if you have got to look at the engagements with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development on a daily basis, the opportunities or even tracts of land that are given away for economic activities, especially in rural areas, to build complexes and all of those. If you have got to then aggregate that, you can see that there's a lot of land that is being lost, and therefore the agricultural land audit, as yes, I highlighted, is very important just to ascertain where are we, so that when we deal with multiple sources and multiple uses of agricultural land, we can be able to protect it based on known factors. Now, based on the questions that have been asked, let me just respond to a few issues. Honorable Smith, and that this has touched based on the halal market that we have identified. You would recall that the engagements that we had with Saudi Arabia was mainly also on the halal issues. And that market open, we are looking at how do we then broaden the Middle East in terms of the engagement there. Honorable Trolip, a very good indicator in terms of highlighting the dichotomy. I don't know the word that was used by your good self, but it really places an issue to say that there's a dichotomy between the strength and the weaknesses that we have. And obviously there would be tension that arises in terms of where you position yourself within that. And for me, it's all about the duality of this happening in the space. It's neither there or not there. It's not a mutually exclusive way of dealing with issues. And I'll use an example in this instance. If you have got a vet who's quite versed around international issues, and you have got a vet who might not necessarily, or even let me not use vets in this case, which is a strength. And on the other side, you have got somebody who's executing a function at a provincial level who might not have the strength that you have, for instance, in terms of executing on cooperatives. It becomes both a strength in terms of your capacity, your knowledge, skills, and abilities, but it's also, unfortunately, an issue around your weaknesses, because it's an issue around the trade functions as both an advantage and a limitation, depending on three things, the context, scale, and also the execution at that particular level. And I'll use what the chair had asked in her question to say, what are we doing around cooperatives in our space? Now, the colleagues who are working in the corporate development in the department say that most of the work that is being done currently is agricultural work. We are not agriculturists, we have not done agriculture. So the only way that we can be able to supplement what we do not know is to go and get consultants to assist us to deal with this particular issue. And that's that dichotomy that you have and that duality that you have. Given space and time, I think the colleagues given the opportunity to also learn the environment and also be versed in the environment, they'll be able to do well with lots of training in and around that. So that's something that I will also talk to later on. So that level of engagement and duality, Honorable Trolip, would mean that, for instance, if we have got to deal with FPSUs, in as much as I will say the concept is a brilliant concept around the agri-park, I'll have to say that it's a brilliant concept. But the execution and the existing realities that we have in South Africa make it very difficult for the execution, because you have got an agri-park, and at this lowest implementation, you have got an FPSU. In between them, you have got to have a way of implementation that is explicit to the work that needs to be done. Now, you will recall that during the 6th administration, there was an attempt then to say, how do we reconcile this concept of the agri-park so that we can do it in a way that would be applicable to South Africans? That's what we want to implement. That is why each and every time that you go to an agri-park, you will not be able to find a model for an agri-park, a singular model that goes through. I've been myself doing a lot of audit work in terms of the FPSU model, which I have got to reiterate is a very good model. But in each and every time that I go, I find a different model existing in agri-parks that are within even one district itself. So that's something that we have got to deal with. And Honorable Trolip says that these are hallmarks of failure. But I always say that when you are involved in what I would call, in most instances, in South African context, I would say that they are green projects because, or novel projects, because we have had some of those that were done before. But there is that element to accept that there would be that level of failure in terms of implementation, because it's a new thing, people are coming in and they are trying it out. And there is a body of evidence that shows that when you start something, there's the likelihood that you are going to encounter teething problems around that. Let me use an example. The portfolio committee goes to Potchefstroom, and they find that there is an issue around a person who had previously gotten blended finance from the department, and the person is not producing. Now, that is a failure that was identified and accepted by the department. What does the department do? Go back and relook at how do we deal with the issue. I challenge honorable members now to go to the very same farm, to just go and see what's happening on the very same farm that is there. So these are elements of identifying where we have got a problem as a department and how do we intervene to go forward in terms of that. And I would like to also indicate that I think by design, agriculture is a very hard environment to work in. And in most instances, that is why in the past you would have had a unit that just dealt with soft loans to farmers in terms of credit schemes that you have had. Noting that on an annual basis, you would need to support this farmer until they are standing on their own and can be able to carry through. Unfortunately, some of those would not make it in farming. It's a sad reality in terms of that, but we would want to be on the side where we have got many. Honorable Trolip also asks, why are we taking so much money to food security? And I think maybe it's our problem, Honorable Trolip, that we don't really explain ourselves. The elements of pushing through the citrus industry, for instance, which is one that we share a common passion on. The citrus industry actually happens within food security. This blended finance that we are having is actually happening within food security program. So that's where the programs are in terms of financial assistance within the department. It might not be food security in a normal sense of a word that we are used to, but those projects that are meant to deal with niche projects and programs like your citrus or horticulture are also within that food security. And we will need to highlight this so that honorable members would also be able to understand that. Now, there's an element also that Honorable Trollip raises around land care and the need for fences, which is really a fair point in terms of the engagements. Take into consideration that honorable members also in your own visits to various areas when it comes to the fences, that we have got cases where these fences are put here today, tomorrow they are all gone. And it's a big problem that we have got to make an admission on. It's an issue around the rule of law that we have got to implement at different levels. But what I would like to highlight here is an element around what land care also means, because some of it falls under the Conservation of Agricultural Resources Act, which might also mean that you have got to control some of the invasives, which might need chemicals in this case. So that cost would need to go there. At some stage, you have got to let the camps rest, and you might even need to deal with issues around feed costs. That is the whole program that we are looking at. Yes, Honorable Trollip, the issue around the GMP, as indicated by the acting CEO, at the OBP, something that we have got to look at because it has been taking some time and therefore impacting on the head health. In general, I would like to conclude, Honorable Trollip, in terms of your inputs that there's a duality in terms of the strength and the weaknesses, and most of them depends on where they would lie, but we would not hide them. We want to expose them so that we can be able to deal with them accordingly. And I've just highlighted where we think that we might have that in examples that we have. Now, Honorable Dalani, in absence, had asked, where are we around the IT issues, the softwares? We have
Sorry, DG. She is not well. She just
Yeah.
went to consult. She'll be
Okay.
back, but we'll take the responses.
Yes, in terms of that, there is a 7 million budget that we are using for the software and the intelligibles in the department. We are also utilizing for cybersecurity. We are utilizing the State Security Agency in terms of ensuring that they do penetration tests to check how far we in terms of our resistance in terms of hacking. Regarding the issue of the farmer register, we had discussions with Stats SA and the unit that is responsible on how do we ensure that we deal with the farmer register within the department, because it's one source of information that we need to have. Now that register needs to be brought not only for smallholder farmers, but broadly to deal with all the farmers in South Africa. The next issue was Honorable David's. Our budget has gone upwards. The last budget that we had was 2.6 billion. We now have got 2.84. The breakdown that we will have will go forward. Now, you would say that maybe last year there was additional money that came in that was meant to deal with the floods that we had in the Western Cape that shot up the budget just above 2.8, but the real budget base that was given was 2.6, this year 2.84. Whether in terms of real terms, there has been an increase in terms of budget, taking into consideration the real cost of money and also inflation. That's something that I will dread just giving an indication on, because this increase that we are talking about would need to factor in all the costs in terms of increases for fuel, for fertilizers, and also for the compensation of employees going forward. The issue of the colleges has been responded to. The issue around the digitalization or the laboratory tender in terms of LCMS, the buying, yes, it will improve in terms of the exports because it gives us the capabilities to improve on our exports. Honorable Davids, and thanks a lot for that highlight. Honorable Nkabani, Melebo had responded to the 10,000 extension officers. I think she was very diplomatic in terms of this area, Honorable Chair, and I want to lay it out there because the 6,000 that we still have got to employ is the 6,000 that we have got to find funding for. You would recall that the last time around, there was an issue around funding. And this department was in the forefront of saying that we have got funds that we are not availing. We are engaging with National Treasury to ensure that we get the additional funding because that is what was pronounced by the president. And we believe that it's a policy issue that needs to be in full, be covered so that we can be able to deal with two issues, unemployment and ensuring that we have got a skills base within the department. If you look around at the Department of Agriculture, the table that sits up front here, it's just a few years towards ensuring that they exit the system. We don't have a structure that's coming up and saying that we are going to take the baton of agriculture forward. And when the time comes, you have got to ensure that we have got a limit that says to you that you had almost a runway where the young ones can be able to take over and lead the sector going forward. So I just needed to highlight that. In terms of the NDCs, thank you very much, Honorable Nkabani. That's what we are trying to do, and that is what we are currently pushing. But I would like to highlight one issue. One of the areas that is topical is around the methane emissions in the livestock industry. Now we have got a different thought in terms of the department because our take is that in Africa, livestock is a bank, and therefore we have got plenty, but we don't have a problem in terms of those emissions in an African context. That's what we think. But we are taking up a research study that will now demystify what we are saying in terms of methane production in South Africa from livestock production in our country. So we will take that in line with what we are going to do around our NDCs, but we are committed to this function line and sinker. Now, the issue around cooperatives in South Africa and how we set them up has been a topical issue for some time. And there's literature, Honorable Nkabani, that says a lot about South Africa and the way that we are doing. But in simple terms, cooperatives are there to protect the interests of the farmers, whether they are, in this case, whether you use a potash force analysis, whether they are buyers or whether they are sellers, where they can really maximize their power in terms of selling or in terms of buying. In South African context, what we have done wrong in most instances is that we would have a cooperative that is responsible for trivializing it for 1 hectare. Now, in 1 hectare, there are decisions to be made. If one member of that cooperative says, we are not planting today, we miss the planting season. If one member says something else, then you are missing it. So cooperatives, in terms of their way of dealing with issues, should have a business unit that decides, for instance, an individual who decides on their business, and we only come together to do certain things that would maximize our powers. And that is what we are trying to inculcate and ensure that we deal with at a broader context. And if you look at the successful cooperatives that we have in South Africa, that's the basic way of dealing with it, where primary was that each and every farmer would be responsible for their number of hectares somewhere else, and they in that unit, then they congregate and they become a co-op, and then they go to become a secondary co-op that buys, and then you have got the Obaros and some of those that we have in this country of ours. The next question that Honorable Dr. Nkabani had was the SMART target, which was only because it's a demand-driven target that we are having. So most of the areas that we are dealing with from a perspective of Agri-BE is that there needs to be an application from an individual, and Dr. Puti was even indicating that at some stage there's also an element of also producing from your side expected to then pop out some money in order for you to get that. So it's an issue around demand-driven targets. But in terms of the TIDs that we have, we also ensure that we have got the numbers also outlined so that we can be able to track where we are as a department. Once those applications come through, you can be able to address them. Honorable van der Walt, I think at a broader context, my colleagues have responded to the questions. Let me just leave it without destroying the value that we have created. The CED function, Honorable Chair. The Department of Agriculture at the onset indicated that we have got a function that the President had mandated. Agriculture falls within the Department of Agriculture. And the reason why we had the two departments existing in the past was that just because of this, that you would have one department executing a function of another department and the budget sitting elsewhere. So the budget of the CED sit in the Department of Agriculture. And we are aware that the colleagues, some of them would not literally want to be in the Department of Agriculture because of the skills base that they might be having. And they had requested that, what about they go back to the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development? We had in discussions with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development acceded to say that while it is not a best practice, for a lack of a better word, that you can give back what we would call compensation of employees back to the department to repurpose the colleagues who are there. We will do it. And we have committed to redoing that so that they can have compensation of employees. But when it comes to the execution funds that are in the Department of Agriculture, we'll execute agriculture functions with the function, with the money that is there. What is left now is that the whole issue was within the labor mediation process, did not succeed in terms of that. Now it's at a point where both departments have got to make the determination of where the colleagues are. But on record, Honorable Chair, from the Department of Agriculture, we are going to release those who would not want to be in the Department of Agriculture so that they can be with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Those who are with the Department of Agriculture who then function within the Department of Agriculture with the APP of the Department of Agriculture and the targets of the Department of Agriculture. Thank you, Chair. On the DDG was placed on precautionary suspension on the 2nd of February, 2026. In terms of labor, you have got 60 days in order for execution of then putting up the charges and also ensuring that if not, the DDG comes back to work. That process is unfolding. The 60th day in terms of excluding holidays is early May, and we expected that a decision would be taken there. In terms of the responsibilities of the DDG still remain, and we expected that the DDG would also contract in terms of the areas that are important towards economic development, trade, and development. So that's the function that needs to be there. It just happened that during the signature time, the DDG was on precautionary suspension. We are also looking at issues around market access. Chair, I totally agree with you. The National Agricultural Marketing Council has really grown in leaps and bounds in terms of the work that they are doing, in terms of what they are producing as an organization, what they are looking at. If you look at the way that they are doing the analysis within agriculture this moment, it's something that we have got to be proud of and say that we have got an organization that can hold its own and can be able to make forecasts, can be able to even be invited into other committees of government to also provide analysis in terms of the current systems that they are having. Now, regarding the market access opportunities, you would recall, Chair, that 20% of what we are getting from levies and all of those that are being administered by them is that goes into transformation. So they are doing quite well in terms of the 20% that they are having from that little bit that they can be able to garner from here. What is at stake now is how do we then interface that work? And the work of the NMC in terms of the Marketing of Agricultural Products Act it's quite limited in terms of where they can intervene. But what they have done, Chair, and I think that Chair might have also seen that letter that came through, where they would want to expand their income base because most of the time they have got problems in terms of income.
Yeah.
What we can do is to look at what is there within the space and what can be done to expand what they really deal with. I'm sitting here, Chair, in your conclusion, looking with a little bit of trepidation towards the recommendations that the Chair would make.
Yeah, I want to make,
Because we thought that from our engagements that we had with the Auditor-General and with the DPME, we had advanced that level of engagement. Chair would recall the engagements that we had last year. And this year we made sure that really we engage with them early, we engage with them on other areas. Yes, there might have been areas of importance, but this is where we believe in the concept around management, in planning, implementation, and control. And there might be issues around our implementation. Honorable Trolip quite right in terms of also highlighting these issues. There might be issues around controls, but we thought that in terms of the planning for the 2026-2027, we have gone the hard yards to ensure that we plan as good as possible. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, DG. You know, I am glad that we do not have that kind of meeting that we had last year because it was not comfortable. It was very difficult, even for me sitting here. So I think that we should appreciate that you did respond to those issues. The committee recommendations that I want to talk to DG are the previous committee recommendations, issues that we have not yet received responses to, and I want to go through them. The first one is that the minister has not responded to the 2025-26 committee budget vote report recommendations, the ones that we made. And therefore, some of these issues that the committee had raised remain unresolved. One of these relates to the management and monitoring of conditional grants that are implemented by provinces and funds that are transferred to the land bank. There has been recommendations there, and especially because they came from what you presented last year and out of what we have experienced as a committee when we went for oversight reports. Now, the previous, including the current APP, does not have specific planned annual targets on how provinces are going to utilize the conditional grants. Only a list of standardized outputs indicators. In this regard, the committee had requested a detailed annual plan for 2025-26 of specific and measurable targets, including resource allocation for the implementation of the 3 conditional grants, which is CASP, ILIMA, and land care by each province. That has not been submitted, DG. Further to that, the committee recommended a monitoring and evaluation framework for conditional grants and funds that are transferred to the land bank for the blended, Agri-BEE fund, which now has been raised by Honorable Nkaban. Although the current APP has a new indicator under Program 3, which is food security and support, and in brackets on the number of monitoring reports on support to household producers. The indicator remains ambiguous, considering that the department has various support programs that support households in addition to the conditional grants. Again, to date, the committee has not received a comprehensive report on the implementation of the blended finance scheme and the Agri-BEE fund that are implemented by the land bank and flagged as transformation support program. So earlier on, when you made a presentation and opening remarks, you did indicate that on transformation, you accept that you have not done as much as you would have wanted to do so. And you said you're sitting somewhere at I'm not mistaken, at 13%. It's been many years since 1994. We can't be sitting there, DG. And I must tell you, DG, that at some point when we go to these oversight visits and I listen to our people, I become very emotional because I have been in this industry before. You would remember, and sometimes I feel like we have not moved in some areas in the manner that we're supposed to. Now, on agriculture and agro-processing master plan, DG, the department in its APP reported that the stakeholders highlighted during engagements that you've had that government should show commitment in the implementation of the existing plans such as the agriculture and agro-processing master plan in order to realize agricultural sector growth. However, despite previous committee recommendations, the APP does not have specific indicator centers and targets for implementation of the AMP. In addition to the committee in its budgetary review and recommendation report, it has recommended submission of quarterly reports on the implementation of the AMP. And the only report submitted, DG, on the AMP was by the National Agricultural Marketing Council in November last year. And that's the only thing that we received on the recommendations that we made. Then there is an issue around the 2 acts, which is Pidala and the Plant Health Act. So let me start with the Plant Health Act, given the comment that you made earlier on, DG, when you were introducing the presentation and the team, that plant health is a challenge because, of course, it's not easy to pick up sicknesses on animals as compared to, on plants as compared to animals, because you can see an animal when it's sick. Now, you have the Plant Act, the Plant Health Act signed somewhere in December 2024. But we still do not have regulations for that act, for presentation, for application. I think that, and the last time that we had this discussion, we had DDG Mehlomakulu was still here. When we talked to the acts, including PIDAL. Now, the one thing that I want to know is how far is the process to finalize the regulations on PIDAL, which of course cannot be implemented without regulations. While we sit here, land continues, agricultural land continues to be lost. I remember that at some point when we had discussions amongst ourselves as a committee, an example was made around Eastern Cape, if I'm not mistaken, Honorable Trollip, where this agricultural land is now identified by developers and they are busy building. And those beautiful buildings that they are building will not bring us food, you know. Whilst we could try and finalize the regulations so that some of these acts can be stopped. Yeah, so these are the issues that I wanted to raise and DG before I go to, oh yeah, Honorable Trollip, and I want us to caution that by 1 o'clock, I want us to break because we still have the foot and mouth disease update, and as a committee, we also have other items after the department has left us. So I just want to caution honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. I won't delay you. I just wanted to make, I found it difficult to follow the presentation about the AG and, new officials coming and not being aware. We must just understand that, that's the AG gets new officials, you get new officials, you've got acting officials all over the place. That can't be a reason why we can't get comprehensive reports. I'm very concerned, Chair, that the issue around extension officers, that Honorable Van der Walt asked about. The President made an announcement. We've got unemployed agricultural assistants practitioners that we've been looking at perhaps absorbing. They're not being absorbed. The national global effective ratio is 1 extension officer per 500 farmers. We've got 1 per 1,400. Our production and performance is not going to improve, especially in the developing sector, unless we do something drastic about that. So, there's 6,700 people still to employ. And I hope that this is discussed at MINMEC meetings. And then, I'm very happy, Chair, that the DG says the example of the farmer in Potchefstroom that had issues with blended finance, money coming at the right time for the right reasons. If that's been addressed, we need to hear about those, because there are many other instances that we don't hear any follow-up about. So we're concerned. So I'm happy that there was an improvement, but we need to hear about it. And then the suspended DDG. Who is the suspended DDG that we're referring to?
Komape. DDG Komape.
Komape, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Davids.
Thank you, Chair. The department hasn't responded on whether they are collaborating with other departments or stakeholders, or especially NGOs that is involved in food security. And then when our committee chair was on oversight in Free State, the province indicated that they are engaging with the national department to allocate some of the 10,000 pronouns for extension officers to be set aside for animal health technicians. This is important for addressing animal diseases, especially with the current FMD crisis. So is the department up for that, considering that request from the provincial department of the Free State? And then, Chair, they also did not explain why an endorsement of the food and nutrition security plan that has been under development for the past year will take another year. So they must explain that also, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Earlier on, when the DG was responding, I was just a bit worried that you may miss the responses because you were still busy writing Honorable Davids when the DG was responding, so that you can pick up on all the responses that he was giving. DG, let me go back to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me take this time to thank honorable members for the inputs that have been made. I think, Honorable Chair, between the office of our office, the office of the Minister, and your office, we will just check where the responses are, because from our side, we had provided the responses to the areas that were there. We will just check where the issue is, because it would just have a resonance that is not good because we had provided those responses. I think, Chair, you are correct in terms of how we look at the provincial space. The provincial space would be very difficult to look at if we have got to mix what would be the province coming up with their budget and what we give over. That is why we use the E31 indicators, the comprehensive ones, to look at the provincial space so that we can aggregate and look at one thing at the same time. What I think we need to do, colleagues, is to ensure that the portfolio committee also gets the projects that went through the analysis of the department and the plans that were submitted by the provinces, and also the adjudication that was there. It will give just a picture in terms of what's happening in the space, inclusive of CASP, inclusive of land care, and inclusive of the college money that would be there. Now, the next element would be submitting the evaluation framework for the agri-BEE, which is there also in terms of the engagement. Now, the index or the indices that are being utilized for food security, I think Honorable Chair would recall that last year we had pronounced on a survey that was done. And from that survey, what we had done is that we no longer going in terms of an ambiguous plan. What we are doing is that we're looking at the poverty indices and trying to allocate money in terms of those poverty nodes where we have got the highest existence of poverty so that we can deal with it through food security initiatives that are there. Now, the emotive side, Chair, on transformation, it's a burden that we all carry. And some of us having come in just after the broadening of access to agricultural thrust, but that going through all the plans that we have had, whether it's a sector plan that we had way before in 2002, going into the various injunction, including the agriculture and agro-processing master plan that we are having, it's all meant towards transformation. 13% is not enough. But what we need to have is what Honorable Trolip earlier on was referring to in terms of sustainable growth, where we have got projects that would not only scale up, but also scale down the projects that we are having, because in scaling up, sometimes those projects just fall down. We need to ensure that everything that we do is sustainable. And the 20% that we have set, although all of us argue that it's not a target that we should be proud of, it's a target that sets us on a path that we say that for each and every sector, through the value chain roundtables that we have, we'll be able to move ahead. Now, Chair says that the only input that we have made on the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan comes from the National Agricultural Marketing Council, rightfully so, Chair. The National Agricultural Marketing Council are the drivers of the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan through the department. They also run the secretariat of the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, and also the Executive Oversight Committee. A report comes through them. So it's logical that they would come and make that presentation. But that is the work in terms of agriculture and agro-processing master plan, so that it's broad-based. But we have got those in the department who are actually pushing this. They have indicated in the meeting that we had, an improved meeting that we had last week, that they will be submitting a budget just to ensure that they can drive certain processes that we are looking forward to, just to consolidate. And we'll be making the next presentation on that very soon, Chair, as soon as the space is available. Now, on the area around Pidala and plant health, the consultations are currently happening. I'll give over to Ntate Seraga to just highlight where we are. But it's very important to look at both, that there have been engagements just to ensure that we have got final products coming through.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable members, yes, it's true that the committee helped us to have the act, the bills asserted into law. We're happy that consultations as far as the Plant Health Act regulations are concerned, we're done. Everything is done. We had to go for a second round of consultation. This is because, as members are aware, plant health, it's a national competency, so we had to bring in the provincial sphere and make sure that they're on board. Everything is done. The matter is the draft regulations are now with legal services, from which to minister and then to have the president commences with the act. So we still are hopeful that we will have it 1st of June. I'm not putting my head on it because I'm not in control of the processes beyond our department. We hope that once it's with presidency, it can still meet the deadline of 1st June 2026. That will be the plant health regulations. Pidala is complex, but we're done with the consultations. We are doing the last one. We separated the norms and standards from the regulations. So the act requires the normal regulations, but also the norms and standards. So we concluded the first part. At this current moment, there's a final leg of consultations with all stakeholders with regard to the norms and standards. The regulations were consulted, everything was done. The main regulations, so the regulations that talks to the norms and standards, we are finalizing. If we are able to have everything done, we would still are hopeful to have it 1st of June, because, and again, depending on how quick we will get the presidency commencing with the act. But other than that, all the paperwork, the drafting of regulations, everything is done. We're just consulting. Thank you, DG. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ntate. Honorable Trollip, yes, I also have got to say that that issue around giving feedback on projects that were visited and the progress, we will do that from the department side, starting with that visit to Northwest. The area of extension is being discussed at MINMEC. The main issue that we are currently having a discussion on is on money. Honorable Davids, I think your issue around the split on extension and animal health technicians is a right one, because as we deal with the current schedule of FMD, we need to also balance and ensure that we have got animal health technicians, all that dependent in terms of the funding. Once there, we will be moving faster around that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Davis, did the DG and the team respond to all your questions?
No, Chairperson, they didn't respond on the collaboration
Please
with
remind them.
with the departments and the NGO specifically that is working with food insecurity.
Thank you.
Mabel Sillen dealt with the issue, so I would allow her to do that.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Davis, the department has so far consulted with other relevant government departments with the plan itself. We are due to present this to all the concerned stakeholders, academia, research, civil society, all the concerned stakeholders in as far as the plan is concerned. It is within our stakeholder analysis that we need to consult. So that process is still to unfold, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether DG, you did talk. I'm just thinking now before I release you. I don't want to release you without on these matters, without checking. You know, on the identification of the animals, that system. How far are we? And which one is it that you spoke about here? I think I wrote somewhere here. It's the one of the animal identification, and I think the other one is the e-certification system. TTGSRA. You know, under program 2, where you talk about this system that you are busy planning to come with, just to give us a brief of, the two. Please, I do want to hear specifically also on the animal identification, because it seems like, it's a system that has been thought of by the department for some time, but we don't seem to be moving faster. DG?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think with the outbreak of FMD, there are efforts now to ensure that we also ensure that we move quicker in terms of livestock identification and traceability system. The select committee, I think last week, had the opportunity to also observe that system in action. But in terms of where we are and the plans that the Saraha will be able to respond to the practicalities that we're experiencing on the ground and the way forward that we need to have, because it's part and parcel of what we are currently doing on FMD. That is right.
Thank you, Chichi, and honorable members. The LEADS livestock identification and traceability system, which was designed through donor funding, but contracted to the CSIR to develop the system. The system has been developed. It's being used at the moment, piloted at the moment through all provinces are making use of the system. There were, I wouldn't call it planning issues, but because the system relies on, the system itself is developed, but the implementation requires ear tags and the readers. So the ear tags that must be able to using a reader is something, that, an instrument that you point at the animal, you don't have to touch it, you should be able to read the information. So procurement of the ear tags and the readers are outside the system. That's the mistake we made. So we've got the system running, but to feed into the system, we need to be able, each province must be able to procure ear tags, RFID ear tags, and the reader. So the system is fine, but now we need to roll out procurement of the ear tags, which with the reader. So that's where the challenge is. And the other challenge is that because we are reviewing the management of the foot and mouth disease, members will remember that we used to then ear tag, use pink ear tags for animals that would have been vaccinated against foot and mouth disease. Mm-hmm. Now, with the mass vaccination of the entire national herd, we are currently reviewing the pink ear tags as well as the F branding, because if we do that, we would still be in the old mode. So the new mode would just is about identification and traceability without necessarily having to identify animals in pink, because all animals will have to be vaccinated. So that's part of the challenge. But the system is working. What we are busy doing is two things. One is that the hosting, we need to have sufficient hosting and server capacity in the department to take it over from CSIR, which is number one. But number two, that was not a big problem. The system is still running from CSIR, which is a state organ. It's not a big issue. But the bigger problem is the procurement of the ear tags and the readers, which are not part of the system development. So that's what we still are finding a way between working with the provinces so that all of them procure sufficient RFID ear tags and readers. So reader is like something that you point at the animal, an instrument. So it means every animal health technicians will have to have their own reader. You can think of now the entire animal health technicians. At some point, the figure was at around 2,000. So each one of them will have to have his own reader. And then once the animals have been ear tagged upon vaccination or for any other purpose, either at an auction, you should be able to point at the animal and get the data with regard to who does the animal belong to, where has it been before. That's where, but the system was done, completed, honorable members. So we're just finalizing the how part of the ear tags and the readers. But like DG said, provinces are using it. The pilot feedback from the pilot in phase is positive. We busy operating. Yeah, there's another system that is also running at the moment. All animals, all the KYD scheme, livestock, we are able to have the KYD animals interfacing with the integer system So it reads also, there is also another, all of these systems would work into the same, they'll interface into one another. You should be able to pick up whether this animal in front of you is as a result of the KYD or is not. So you'll be able to find that information. So that is running. We just have to get the procurement right. Now, ESET is a system that is designed by the department, and we are amongst the few countries that are able to remove human manipulation or human handling, not manipulation, human beings handling of the certification process for export. So what happens is you have the inspector inspecting the citrus orchard or whatever orchard somewhere elsewhere in the farm somewhere, using the system, and as and when they finish inspecting the orchard, using the e-inspect, the version, the part of the system, the information then gets deposited online into the system that is in the department. And just to so once all the work is done and we are ready to issue a phytosanitary certificate, which is an assurance that the oranges or whatever product that is in front of us complies with the requirements of the country that imports, we then, sitting in Pretoria, issue that certificate. It then gets deposited into an international system under the International Plant Protection Convention. So and it goes into that country. That country that accepts export from us, they will be able to access the document that we issue without anybody having to fax anything else. So that one is, honorable members, up and running. What we did, maybe honorable members, how they got to know about it, could be that when we designed the system, it was run by the Fruit SA. So we were running it in collaboration with a Fruit SA, which is a organized agriculture formation. That ran beautifully, no issues, except that the intention was that Fruit SA was going to make financial contributions, and obviously that did not necessarily happen, but we didn't have any problems with Fruit SA. The only issue was that we needed to have all the government regulatory systems brought together to in government. So we then moved the system to be hosted under the PPCP to complete the regulatory system of government. So PPCP, which in a way is an entity of the department in charge of inspection with regard to quality inspections of fresh produce and exported fresh products, is automatically also operating on behalf of the department, the ESET. So there are no challenges with ESET. The entire ESET IP, entire ESET infrastructure and personnel are now part of the Perishable Products Export Control Board. So that ESET is running. There are no reported challenges. We monitor that. It's budgeted for in the system. There are no challenges. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG and DG for the responses. Honorable members, I want to request that we break for 20 minutes. It's 12. Am I right? 1. Okay, my mind is running backwards. It's 1, and then we come back at 20 past 1, and let's have lunch. Lunch is ready outside. I'm looking at the program. I mean, the agenda, we still have a long way to go. I know that honorable members are interested in the brief of the foot and mouth disease as to whether we're making any progress on it. The meeting is adjourned for lunch, and we'll come back at 20 past 1. Thank you. So all is invited for lunch. seated and take the responses from the Onderstepoort biological product. I want to start with you so that you can finish. I have received your request to leave once you have responded. So you have a responsibility to respond to all questions on time and in full so that there are no second bites and follow-ups. Otherwise, you're going to hold yourself up. Honorable Tetwa, you're welcome. Thank you very much. We were cited of your apology in the morning during the start of the meeting. You're welcome. We have just taken the two presentations from the department and the Onderstepoort biological product. So we have also, when you arrived, we were taking responses from the department. Now we're taking responses from the from the OBP. Advocate, please go for it.
Many thanks, Chair, for the opportunity, and we extend same gratitude to honorable members of the committee for the questions. Chair, I think there were a couple of questions that were raised, particularly around the freeze dryers. We've reported that they have officially been handed over to OBP both in February, the GIA, and in April, the Telstar. And they are under our control, and we are currently running recipe optimization exercise and other quality tests that should be done before we can commercialize them. I think the question was specifically whether there were any interruption in production during this installation, Chair. No, because we utilized the existing Telstar freeze dryer during this process, so this installation had no impact on production. There was also, Chair, a question about the availability of sterile diluent and whether we have mitigated all the challenges that we reported, particularly in the Q1 of the previous financial year. So we reported under Program 5 that we have developed a capital expenditure plan and the site maintenance plans. And these plans, Chair, were subjected to a SWOT analysis exercise, and we at length dealt with the challenges that we want to address with these plans. That includes the reliability of our water purification plant. So there was a question whether it's working optimally, and we can confirm, Chair, that for the year that ended in March 2026, the water plant was operating at approximately 85% efficiency, which is quite high. This followed the interventions that we've included in the plant itself. But further than that, Chair, we have also strengthened our quality management system to ensure that we don't run out of key ingredients and chemicals, and that there are systems to predict that over a long period of time to ensure continuous availability of products. Chair, there was also a question as to what we are going to do differently about GMP, given the challenges that have befallen the project. We are going to appoint a specialist advisor specifically to ensure that the challenges that has resulted in the project coming to an halt are predicted over a long period of time, and that they are resolved as and when they arise. The specialist advisor is not going to be part of the build component, so he or she will then maintain an arm's length relationship with the contractors on site. It's going to develop a detailed implementation plan which will be monitored by OBP at a predetermined period. Chair, there was also a question about consequence management. As we conclude, we can confirm, Chair, across various departments, and across various disciplines, we do apply consequence management. I think in April, we reviewed our disciplinary code and procedure and other related policies to ensure that, the organizations takes a posture of consequence management, be it relating to SCM, be it relating to operations, productions, etc. So we report on quarterly basis about the register of consequence management to the board, and this is effectively taking place. Chair, I would leave the issue of vacancies to Dr. Khobokwe to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We really appreciate the questions that are from the honorable members. I think Honorable Davids asked a specific question related to recruitment and selection. She wanted to know why do we still have some vacancies at executive level. The one vacant post, chairperson, at executive level of the chief scientific officer will be advertised during Q1 of 2026, 2027. As I have indicated previously, Chair, interviews for the CEO position have been completed. Interviews for the CSE position have been completed, and we are ready to make an offer. Interviews for the position of a CFO have also been completed, and we are looking forward to a time where OBP will have stable or rather stability at executive level. The Chief Scientific Officer position will be advertised during this Q1 of 2026, 2027. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khobo. Honorable members, there the responses. Are you satisfied so that we pass and we go to the next item? Okay. Thank you so much. You may be released. You can leave as and when you are ready to do so. And thank you very much for coming. DG, can we go back and take the next item, which is the foot and mouth disease briefing?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture. Allow me to request that Sarah to take the PC on the presentation regarding FMD. This has been a presentation that has been made. This is an update in terms of where we are and how we are progressing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DG Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Good afternoon to honorable members. This is an update as at last week. Honorable members are aware that it addresses a moving target and variables change. For instance, I can report now that the 2 million doses of vaccines that we were expecting arrived over the long weekend, and it's not part of this presentation, just to illustrate how moving a target this is. We're just going to go through the current situation and basically update information, developments that happened since we last appeared before the committee, and just in essence show where the country is. The outbreak, Northern Cape, while we were somewhat celebrating that we've been able to keep Northern Cape clean as we do with Western Cape. Unfortunately, there are reported cases under the JTG municipality and municipal area. Unfortunately, it's in a communal setup, and a communal setup tends to spread beyond the original epicenter or the epidemiological area. So unfortunately, we have that situation. We've immediately dispatched vaccines and dispatched support to ensure that we contain it from the area and not go so that it doesn't spread further. Northwest, the area that we targeted for country or where the South African Botswana ministers met, excuse me, with a view of trying to ensure that we do not infect the two countries. Unfortunately, that also had an outbreak, but the vaccines and vaccination is happening in that area. This is the area, the Swartkopfontein is the area that it's basically animals from Botswana easily come into South Africa and vice versa. They're just separated by a river, which is not, so it's not even easy, complicated for that to happen. So that area is being monitored as we speak. Limpopo and Mpumalanga have actually done well over the time. We were fearing that they would dominate the country, but we applaud the Limpopo and Mpumalanga for really keeping the numbers down. So these are, as members would remember, Limpopo and Mpumalanga are neighboring Kruger National Park, and this is where we have the control zones and the protection zone. So one would have expected a flurrying of infections in this area. Luckily, we have not been, it has not happened as we had feared. Western Cape still keeps a clean inverted commas. It has not reported any additional outbreaks, and we hope to keep it where it is, and with the hope that if it remains as is, we may have it as the first regional compartment to be declared free. We still are hopeful, obviously free with vaccination. The surveillance is continuing, and we hope to be able to then update if anything changes. But other than that, we will then be also going through there's the changes that I referred to earlier with regard, one is with regards to the scheme. So members would have picked it up in the media or elsewhere. The Animal Disease Act of 1984 has two sections that are of interest to this discussion. Section 9 allows minister to issue directives. So the lawmakers then envisaged a situation where you may not necessarily have time to go into the policy change process, because animals move, and mostly animals are affected by viruses, and in the main, other than bacteria and viruses, as you know, viral diseases spread faster. So Section 9 allows ministers to issue directives which could be aimed at improving regulatory pitfalls or gray areas throughout the process. That is work that we're busy with, and the intention there is to amend the FMD control laws, regulations, and directives that we've had over time to bring them in line with the current realm, with the current mode of freedom with vaccination and vaccination of the entire national herd. So that is ongoing. And also Section 10 of the same act, this allows minister to establish a scheme which is aimed at animal disease control. In other words, a scheme would be simplified, like I spoke earlier of the KYD, Kaunafatswere Homo scheme. That's another scheme. That one is for animal improvement for purposes. But Section 10 scheme, those are different laws. The Animal Improvement Act is a different one. But I was just simplifying what a scheme is. So this is where if a minister decides to bring measures in place aimed at controlling animal disease in a particular way, minister may issue may gazette a scheme which scheme would then ensure that participants, farmers, are registered and the scheme happens parallel to the other processes. So this Section 10 scheme, the decision was taken some months back in November 2025. The intention by that time, the decision to mass vaccinate the national head had not yet been taken. So members, the pleas for members to understand the scheme, 10 10 scheme with that background. The work is underway and the scheme, the Gazette happened and when it was issued, we anticipated fewer comments, but we had a lot of comments, overwhelming comments, and that we're still processing. As at this time, we had 310, but these are only those that were recorded on time. There were a lot of others that were still received beyond the closing date of the 17th of April. The process is ongoing, like I'm saying, and basically that's what the scheme is. The information around the scheme. Members can tell I'm trying to tread carefully around the scheme because there's also a sub-justice matter on the scheme. So we actually would prefer that discussions around the scheme cannot go beyond this because it's a court. In fact, there's a court process session now on the same matter as we speak. Other than that, we've received to date 4 million doses of vaccines. This is as the numbers, the 4 million doses that come from the Biogenesis Bequest and Argentinian. 12 is from Turkey. All challenges that we had in the beginning of the vaccine matching, in other words, having the vaccines that we import matching circulating strains, those processes have now been sharpened up, and we are sure now with the vaccines matching our circulating strain and therefore providing us expected control. We've received, like I said, 2 million doses, which we had the challenges, strangely, we had challenges over the long weekend, but it has been cleared, and we have that with the OPP for quality assurance, and then thereafter will be released and distributed to provinces. This is the number of outbreaks that were reported as at the 10th of April 2026. The numbers just giving us an idea of how we're looking. 1,502 outbreaks reported. The question members might ask, is it increasing? Yes, but increasing at a decreasing rate. No longer increasing at an increasing rate, so somehow something is happening. And also the post-vaccination reports we're getting is that the animals do respond positively to the vaccination, which is a good outcome of the process, because what could have been worse is if the animals didn't respond to the vaccination. That was going to really give us challenges. This is just it shows a map of a South African map, basically showing where the concentration is and showing what basically the status, the situation as is basically in the map. We can see that okay, maybe let's just finish this one. The previous maps that we have shown, you'd have seen a lot of red dots all over, but now is look at Northern Cape. Just have that sporadic 2 dots there that tells you something positive is happening, and you look at the Western Cape as well. So this is basically a combination. This map gives a combination of the old and the current reported cases. FMD is not only affecting South Africa, honorable members, it's affecting the rest, not the rest, but better part of the world. The Europe, Germany is currently experiencing an outbreak, and Middle East, though there isn't much livestock farming in that area, but there is an outbreak also happening. And other countries, China, Cyprus and Greece, are also experiencing outbreaks. And what is the challenge is that and maybe which is worth mentioning to the committee, is that the Southern African prototype, it's being experienced in those areas. We don't know what happened, but it seems to be experiencing the same a type of virus that is affecting, I'm trying to simplify the prototype. I'm trying to get to a simplified English, the prototype. But basically, the strain that is affecting the countries that we mentioned in China, Greece, Cyprus, and others, they are affected by the strain, the SAT one strain that is affecting us as well. So that's we're not making any inferences, but it's just an interesting observation with regard to what could be happening across the world. Other than that, the current outbreak that we are experiencing in the country is still confined to the 3 strains in the main SAT1 and SAT2. With so the main strains that members would remember that SAT1 used not to be the challenge in South Africa and Southern Africa, and especially in South Africa over during the previous outbreaks. We used to be bothered by SAT2, but SAT1 is now raising its head, and we see it now also affecting other parts of the world. These are the allocations that have been made to date. Members can see our vaccination rate. It's sitting at in 3 months, or almost 3 months, at 2 million animals. Those that as at the 17th of April, and the collection of vaccines by provincial veterinary services is happening, but the rate of vaccination it's taking gradually going up, but we understand that there's challenges with capacity in the provinces. Hence, in the next slide, we'll show members what plans are being made to ensure that vaccination rate increases, so that we are still to ensure that we remain on course to achieve 80% vaccination of the rate of the 14 million head of cattle by December 2026. We still think we are on course, and with the interventions that we'll be making in the form of in the following slides, in the form of the additional capacity, we hope we'll be able to still reach the plan or the outcome, the expected outcome. These are the vaccines that we keep, and the vaccines that, just to give you a flow so that the numbers then can tally when members go through the presentation. At some point, when Western Cape had an outbreak, unexpected, I would say, because we had kept it with no outbreaks for quite some time, and it caught us off guard. But we had vaccines that were kept with which basically the industry, the red meat industry services, the red meat, the organized agricultural group had some vaccines that we had kept for them at OBP. We then took this and allocated to Western Cape. This is the vaccine that was once purchased from BVI in Botswana. So this then was the one that was used to vaccinate the outbreak that erupted at the Western Cape. And that's when, obviously, then it has to be taken back. And I'll explain later why, but maybe let me just even explain now. So in some cases, if it's easier for a community organization to manage their members, and their veterinarians can come, we do allow them to get hold of the vaccine under our control, to ensure that they then can ensure vaccination happens, subject to them reporting, subject to them tagging animals, subject to them sending us information with regard to what's happening. A case in point here would be with dairy. Honorable members are aware that dairy animals, because dairy animals themselves are just day-to-day operation of a dairy head, means this taking care of animals that are already stressed. So if they're stressed, their immunity is compromised, and they respond very badly to the FMD outbreak. So hence a prioritization was made for dairy to be prioritized. And luckily, the numbers we had was that we running with around 1.3 million dairy heads in the country. So that was then prioritized so that we can get, clear all dairy cattle and then continue with the vaccination. So you'd see areas that have got dairy, provinces that have got dairy, KZN, Eastern Cape, you would have those areas receiving more, if I just go back, receiving more allocation. Just to show, so that's the decision that was taken, but we keep a bit of stock for emergency. At the current moment, the vaccination it's still based on risk-based, so we're still extinguishing fires in inverted commas. So we're still addressing areas that have got outbreaks. And though there are cases where we vaccinate those that are not prophylatically, but the intention now, the focus now is on, if you like, extinguishing fires first. That's how you start. You start with the risk areas, and then you start with those that already have outbroken, so that you deal with those, and then you come inwards from the outside inwards into the country to do real. Once we're able to stabilize the positives, we'll then prevent further spreading, and then we will then get back onto our prophylactic or preemptive vaccination as per the strategy. This is just the allocation that shows the province. Obviously, risk-based means provinces that are risky or that are at the risk of having an outbreak erupting, KZN, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga and Limpopo, like I said, but they really, really helped us this time around. You have one province which was a worry, is Northwest, because its proximity to others. Northwest is not supposed to have the challenges like that it has. And Northwest, in fact, if it's got challenges in Northwest, and it so happened that the part of Northwest that is got concentration of animals, feedlots, it's near Gauteng, then you automatically have Gauteng, and Gauteng then infects Free State. And Free State risks 6 provinces that it shares border with. So that's where the challenge is. So, but we've since went to Northwest. I think also the honorable members went to the Northwest, and that helped also with the awareness and with the performance of the veterinary services in the Northwest to try and improve their performance. So that's why you would have Northwest. Ordinarily, Northwest, Northern Cape shouldn't really, because Northern Cape on the other side is protected by the border and the dam and the ocean on the other side. You shouldn't have Northern Cape having this as it has been up to now, but unfortunately, it just had the current outbreak, which we hope to have to contain quickly and push Northern Cape to be almost like Western Cape. This is the low risk. These are the provinces, like I was talking, high risk and low risk. Low risk are those that ordinarily you shouldn't. And we must commend Limpopo, because Limpopo is by itself a high risk, but it has been able to keep a somewhat a very good profile. They have, if members would remember 2022, 2023, it erupted in Limpopo. But ever since then, whatever measures that they implemented, they continue to implement those, and Limpopo is doing very, very well. And in Mpumalanga, they're doing extremely well, mindful that they have been basically, they're bordering Kruger National Park, and they've been part of the protection zone. But for them to be this way, it's a progress that we are happy to observe. The industries, I spoke of the industries, MPO, which is Milk Producers Organization, and that we allocate to them so that they can distribute. And also private sector. Honorable Davis asked the collaboration. This is a typical collaboration with the private sector, because MPO, Milk Producers Organization, have got bakkies that they purchase specifically to, which is the refrigerated bakkies, to ensure that the cold chain is not interrupted, and they are able to quickly collect the doses and ensure that, under supervision of state veterinary services, are able to reach the areas where their members are and vaccination happens. So instead of waiting for us to then distribute, and so they are readily available to come on board and assist. Like I said, also RMAS, which is the Red Meat Industry Services. This is an organization of red meat producers. Also, they're assisting. In fact, in the next slide, we'll see where, okay, it's the other one after this one, where you would see the role that the private sector is happening. In fact, Minister has a committee which he calls ICC, which is where the organized agriculture meet with Minister and DG, basically to take stock of what's happening, to identify shortcomings, and to react if necessary quickly, so that whatever decisions that are taken at that ICC level gets cascaded down to the technical part of governance. In this case, it would be through to the department or through the ministerial task team. So that is helpful, because then if members have observed lately, there is no longer pointing of fingers, because all the organized agriculture formations are part of the ICC in the form of FASA, AGSA, and Red Meat Service, RMIS, as well as the MPO. So they serve in that committee, which meets frequently to assess basically what is happening. So that assess. The diagnostic, which is, in other words, which is tricky, members have asked in the previous meetings. Unfortunately, having 18 laboratories throughout the country, 2 per province, would not assist in an ordinary FMD control program, because the handling of live FMD viruses, in inverted commas, scientifically contaminate the area, the entire laboratory. So the intention here is to have additional laboratory capacity, but that is not something that we can have for the whole country. Already 2 laboratories, one in the Western Cape, one in KZN, have been assessed. This would have to then, once everything is in check, we busy are finalizing just the paperwork and the final quality checks. We would have, the intention is to have them also being able to conduct diagnostics on the ground, so that the farmers don't necessarily have to send samples to Pretoria. If the question is whether we shouldn't have more laboratories across the country, the answer is no. You wouldn't want to do that as far as FMD is concerned, because once the laboratory receives samples, then it means it cannot receive any other samples, and it means it has to remain. And there's also vector proof requirements that the lab has to have, and the staff and everything else. It just becomes complicated. But these 2 laboratories, once they are they join the stream, would be able to alleviate the pressure that we have, the diagnostic pressure that we have at the ARC. But also ARC has, in the recent past, also appointed additional personnel to ensure that all the backlogs are cleared. The capacity that I referred to here is that we will then embark into a process in a process of appointing animal health technicians. This is the pool of those that have qualified and are unfortunately unable to find employment. We've got a database of them. So we've started the process of appointing them as interns in the department, and they will assist with the vaccination. Basically, the intention is to see the vaccination rate increasing from what we have, so that we still are on course to achieve the 80% vaccination rate of the entire national herd. So the process is unfolding. DDG Butselin referred to it, which is when she was responding to the extension officers. This is the same process that I'm also just reiterating. The red meat industry services, the private, this is organized agriculture. They have already appointed 20 additional animal health technicians, additional to the stream. But this is they are appointed at their own, with their own coffers, their own resources for them to do to assist with the vaccination. The University of Pretoria, working with Agricultural Research Council, also have busy finalizing training of 50, who will join the stream, and then in the department, we'll also include interns to ensure that the number of animal health technicians is increased. Other than this, thank you very much, honorable members. Back to you, DG.
Thank you, DDG. DG would like to say something? Okay, no, thank you. Honorable members, there is a presentation before yourselves. Honorable Trolley will be the first. Excuse me, I feel like I'm catching a bit of flu here. Honorable Van der Vaart. Davids. Okay, Honorable Trolley, please.
Chair, thanks very much. First of all, last week we did discuss that the window period for submissions was compromised because the systems were down for some period, and we've received 310 comments. Are there still comments that are outstanding or coming in? And when will those 310 plus any additional comments be assessed or finally, so that they can inform the Section 10 proposals? And without going into the matter of sub judice, the deadline of the 17th was to give 10 days before the court date of today, the 28th. And I see that that court matter has been set down or stood down until the 11th of May for a number of reasons, which I won't raise now, but this finalization of the Section 10 scheme has been extended to the 5th of May. So the reason I'm asking you about considering those comments, will that be able to be done before the 5th of May? And I see costs were awarded again against the department, which is a concern. The BVI aqueous-based vaccines that were given to the Western Cape that need to be given back, when is the 3-month deadline for a follow-up vaccine for those animals that were vaccinated in the Western Cape? Because I think the Western Cape has done really well to bring the outbreak under control. But if they were using BVI vaccine, it requires a 3-month follow-up. Have plans been put in place to facilitate that so that the outbreak can remain under control? Then, Chair, the comment by the DDG that outbreaks are increasing at a decreasing rate. It is encouraging. But does the department believe that that's because it's being successful, or that there's less and less reporting? My information on the ground is that there's less and less reporting, especially where animals are being held in extensive farming conditions as opposed to high density dairy operations and feedlots, because the contamination is quite catastrophic in those high density operations. But where it's extensive beef production and other operations where people are farming with cloven-loop animals, it doesn't have that profound impact. And people are resisting reporting because of the confinement regulations around reporting. So I just like to have some feedback on that. And then around the ICC, where the minister interacts with role players and stakeholders, especially organized agriculture, to deal with the outbreak. On what basis does the DDG say there's less finger pointing? Because the people on that committee are sworn to confidentiality. So is there less finger pointing because people are sworn to confidentiality? Or is it just because we're not reading? Because I do read, and I see some of the organizations that are represented on that body are sharing concerns around vaccine availability and the fact that we are taking too long to vaccinate the national herd with the first round of vaccinations. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Van der Vaart.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to slide 4, where you mentioned that the 2 million turkey vax came in a week ago, yesterday, the 20th of April. But that has since been released, if I understood correctly, most probably by Friday or so last week. So there you still have it as if it arrived, but I'm sure it's not at our Tambu or wherever it was anymore. It must have been sent by now to OBP. I'd just like to inquire about that. And then, pardon, what is the longest time before it gets released from being checked to OBP? Because I believe there was a slight delay, not the fault of anybody, but maybe a SARS or a inspection or counting, because we know everything that arrives gets checked, and sometimes they do line item by line item. So the VAX is one line item, but other people in the queue might have a billion other line items. So can I just get clarity on that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Two of my questions were asked by Member Thurlow, but my other question is that in reality, do you think, do the department think that we will reach our target of all the being vaccinated by the end of the year?
Thank you very much. DDG? No other hands up.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, through you, DG. Honorable Trollip, so this was last month when that was March. So 3 months from March would be June. The plans are in place we're still expecting doses from BVI, though we can only talk about it when it's here because of the many disappointments that we suffered under BVI. The ideal situation would be to repeat the booster vaccination using the same BVI trivalent vaccine. We still are hopeful that, and also it's a small number, so we're still hopeful that we will be able to get the same BVI. We've placed orders for BVI as well. And honorable members are also aware that the vaccination has been happening before the mass vaccination. So it's not only going to be the Western Cape where booster vaccination happens with booster vaccination of the BVI vaccine, trivalent vaccine. So it will be also part of Limpopo that will be followed. So yes, the province has kept the record and the date, they've marked the date, and prior to a time we will be able to have made a determination whether the ideal would be to boost with BVI vaccine. We still are hopeful we'll be able to do that. Honorable Trollip, the booster, yes, I think I spoke about that. And finger pointing, Honorable Trollip, I wouldn't really know other than what we heard in the media by the organized agriculture, which we no longer are receiving them in the same way. At least MPO, we engage with them and they are no longer pointing a finger at the department because they are now part of the ICC. They know where the challenges are. I think honorable members are aware that all of us are aware that the problem is one, that is we are unable to produce sufficient doses of vaccines as a country. Everybody is aware it's not about any poor performance of any government official, at least at this point, around the ability to produce vaccines. And also, maybe I should reiterate the fact that the ARC has a pentavalent 5-strain vaccine and antigens that we have available. What we do not have is the production capacity in the form of infrastructure to produce that. So all members in the ICC, all members that we engage, organized agriculture, appreciate the challenge that all of us are unfortunately having to deal with on a daily basis. ARC has gone out making calls for anyone who could come join them to partner with them to be able to produce vaccines. But members know that private companies, when they invest, they need to have a long-term outlook. So after this outbreak, then what? Because definitely there will come a time when we are turning the corner with the vaccination. What have we done? As also assistance from the August Committee and other parliamentary processes. Towards the end of the financial year, we were allowed to have funds that we, within the department, wired towards the FMD production capacity. And we had since placed an order for a 1,000 liter equipment. So 1,000 liter produces around 960,000 doses, close to 1 million doses per cycle. So that has been placed, and thanks to you and others, honorable members, who also put pressure on Treasury and others. So that is not, it's a showcase. We are told that we could have that equipment in operation around November this year. So these are estimates, and the order has been placed. If we are able to have the 1,000 liter capacity fermenter or the equipment, members would see that then every cycle will be able to have close to 1 million doses per cycle. So that will easily get us out of dependence from the importation. So everybody, honorable Trolip and members in the ICC, our farmers that we engage with are aware. There's another group that we met with last week. They are not part of the ICC. We had a session with them, and they're in agreement that the challenge is the availability of the vaccine. Honorable Trolip also asked with regard to the court case. I'm not sure, but whether we will be able to make the 5 May deadline. I assume Honorable Trolip is talking about the judgment that happened while we are in this session. So I have not seen that, but if that is the case, yes, we have already, the 310 have already been assessed and categorized in terms of those in support, those not supporting, and those. So 5 May, we will be able to make it because we have assessed the rest. And if it means we have to put it through a priority gazette, we will be able to do it. We've assessed them already. And we also assessed those that arrived after the deadline, so we did not lock them out. Simple answer to Honorable Trolip's question, we will be able to gazette. If the decision is to gazette the final section 10, we will be ready. It's because all the work has been done. In fact, before Minister left, we had presented to Minister the assessment of all comments that came through after the gazette. I see. Okay, that after Honorable Van der Walt. Yes. So when I started with that because before I opened, because that the 2 million is now at OBP. Yeah. How long does it take to leave OBP? Normally, if there are no challenges, like the last time we had a challenge with the cold chain issue. If there's no challenge, I'm in touch with the team. We should have provinces. They are on my case now. They want to come and collect. But the team is conducting the normal quality checks. We wouldn't rush them. I normally give them a day. They're done normally in half a day, but now we normally allow them a day to do quality checks and be happy. And the allocation of that tonight and leading into tomorrow will be able to allocate. Honorable Van der Walt, how long does it take? Is it from departing from OBP? As soon as this transaction, this consignment, Honorable Chair, Honorable Van der Walt, this one had challenges. So I had to make calls on Thursday night because I was told that it got stuck at the customs. So Thursday night we had the calls. We made different calls and all. And finally, we pleaded. It was released, and then it got stuck at Port Health, because this is also regulated in terms of Medicines and Related Substances Act. And we made another call. It's unfortunate because it's not the first time we are receiving vaccines. I don't know, but we are busy. After this is teaching us a lesson that we will preempt the customs and the Port Health to expect it. So this one, it's also the challenge was that we couldn't tell when it was actually arriving. As members would remember, when we appeared before the committee, we weren't sure of the arrival date. Probably. So probably because of the Middle East challenges. And also it's coming from Turkey, so it's coming from the other side. So that could have been the challenge. I'm not saying it's a challenge, but we weren't certain, we didn't have that much certainty with regard to the arrival date. So we couldn't prime the customs and the Port Health with regard to arrival. But luckily, there's been cooperation with the BMA, with the customs, with Port Health. They cooperated really, because calls we made were around 8 in the evening, and there's still 2 calls. They still went in. They cooperated, and we have that released. Lessons learned is that we need to be sure of when the flight leaves on the other side to estimate arrival and prime them. So we don't think we'll have further delays. This was the other members would have seen where Minister and DG went. They were on time, the same time expected, released. The BMA is really quite cooperative, we might add. There's no challenges. It was just that, like Honorable Van der Rohe was saying, it could be that the queue, because there was a big queue, I must add, we were told, but they were able to prioritize us. So BMA is quite aware of the challenge. So once it's cleared once the quality checks are done at OBP, tomorrow we'll be in touch with the provincial departments to come and collect. So they can still get it this week still, provinces. I did not get the question clearly from Honorable Davis, perhaps through you, Chair.
Chair, my question is just on reality, will we reach our target of vaccinating all our?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, we're still hopeful that we will meet our target. Our vaccination rate, if it's at 2 million, the target, we've got 14 million animals. If in 3 months, with the capacity that we had, we are at 2 million, as at last week, if we get the capacity, additional capacity that we're getting, 20 from RMIS, 50 from University of Pretoria and ARC, and the close to 200 or more, 300 that will appoint from our side, we will still be able to. So in fact, the delay is not because of our capacity. The delay is as a result of the vaccine availability and import. So if we had all the numbers that we have, we could actually vaccinate the bigger head size in 1 week. So the problem is you then have to wait. But the question is, why do we still have doses that are not used in other provinces? It's because of the capacity that they have. Because they're just not, this is the sector or the part of government that had a lot of vacancies. Perhaps why Limpopo is doing well is because at some point, Limpopo 2022, 2023, that time, DG and Minister went there, Minister of the 6th Administration went there and established a system where the department and with the Premier's office had 33 animal health technicians appointed just for FMD. That's why we were able to get to contain that outbreak and easily close off that one. Maybe Limpopo learned from those lessons. But we are still realistically hopeful, Chair, Honorable Chair, that we will reach the 80% by December. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable members, you don't have follow-up questions. Okay, Honorable Trollip.
One follow-up. Okay, so for the Western Cape that recently used the BBI doses that have to be repaid or returned, they were vaccinated in March, so June is the deadline for a follow-up. But there were 2 million vaccines that came into the country around the end of the year, December, January. that we were told had been used. 2 million. They're in the reports. Those 2 million vaccines that were inoculated or vaccinated, their deadline has come and gone. Were those animals all given a follow-up dose? And if they were, where did those doses come from? Because we were informed that 2 million vaccinations had been administered. If it was 2 million, they would have required another 2 million follow-up doses. If only 1 million were vaccinated and left 1 million in reserve for the follow-up, I can understand that. But our information was that 2 million animals were vaccinated in December and January.
Okay, go ahead, DDG.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Trolley. So the BVI, so before we started with the mass vaccination, using the imported, well, if it was one is imported, but using Dolvet and Biogenesis Bago, we've been using BVI. So the 2023, 2022, 2023 vaccinations used BVI. And depending on what animals are vaccinated, obviously dairy, you still have to follow up. But if it's a feedlot, chances are you then would have, some of them, depending on the age, would have been slaughtered. So you would not necessarily have to repeat. And so that's that. But the numbers, if Honorable, through you, Chair, if we need to just count to month, we can do that. We did not prepare it here. But the intention is to follow up with the BVI. And I must add, most of the animals that have been vaccinated with BVI, talking in Limpopo, the vaccinations mainly they assist with the animals to develop their own antibodies. And in most cases, well, I don't have the figures here. The basic science interpretation would mean that some of them might not even show symptoms going forward. But in a farming setup, of course, that has got to be recorded so that we follow up so that they don't get infection and infect the country. That is that is true. I'll just have to, I don't want to talk of wrong numbers here, Honorable Chair. We can get it if it means we trace each and every those BVI, those that was used, and whether follow-up was done on time or whether follow-ups were even done at all. That information we can make available. I don't have it here with us. And mindful, sorry, Chair, mindful that this is done by provinces. So provinces at any given point, or the point I wanted to raise, DG, at any given point before this this outbreak that we are facing, provinces used to keep their own, they would import from PVI on their behalf, they would keep with them at the provinces. Limpopo, KZN, and Mpumalanga used to keep their own vaccines, so that they would continue, because the projection zone they had to be vaccinated periodically. So some of the vaccination that happened and might not be in the numbers that we are showing would have continued to, but they do keep records, so we'll get information. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, DDG. It looks like we have exhausted questions here. Our appreciation. DG, any comment? We have come to the end of the part where you were supposed to respond to questions that have been asked, and I think that honorable members, they have had enough time to ask questions and they got their responses. I just want to thank you. So your parting comments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me extend our appreciation as the Department of Agriculture to the oversight that is being shown by the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture. The inputs that have been made today are going to improve us as a department going ahead. Let me just reassure that I've just read through the judgment that came from today. We will look at it, study the judgment, and reflect in terms of what it says in terms of administrative justice, just broadly in terms of the engagements. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to release you. On Thursday, we're meeting with SAVEC and ARC. I think you'll be back here. Okay, thank you very much. Travel safe and have a lovely afternoon. Anna, you can stay. Okay, I'm just joking. Please do go and rest. Okay, colleagues, you can stretch your legs and then we'll come back and take our items. I'm just going to powder my nose. transport, because transport is leaving at 4:30. Yo, Mendalan, it's good you are back. Are you fine? Are you a bit fine? Okay, we can just sit with that. Colleagues, last week, in our meeting, Noguzola made a presentation on the committee activities and consideration of outstanding matters from committee resolutions and responses to committee recommendations, which some of them were saying to the department, they have not yet responded to some of those. And I think it may be almost on all of those oversight visits that we went to that we may not have received the responses of our recommendations to Parliament, through Parliament to Minister. And not only Minister of Agriculture, but also Minister of Finance. We have done so before, and the other ministers. So I want to allow you, because last week we could not discuss because of time, and we resolved that those who have questions and comments to make, we will do it today, so that we can adopt the report. I don't know whether you want Noguzola to flight it just to see it scroll down, or you are fine. Yeah, I know they do have in their gadgets. Yeah, yes, when I'll be ukuthi per day sithola ama-emails ayingaki la eParliament. Yo, I'm telling you. Khona umuntu waka-government ofaka you know, he just drops, Baldwin drops, I don't know how many on our inboxes from government messages. I mean, there's a day where I find 20 of them or more than 20. And I think it's all of us. Colleagues, is there anything you want to comment on, or we pass, we go to minutes, or you want to accept that report by Noguzola? Honorable Trollip.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to make a comment. I thought the report was good and was a pretty fair reflection of everything we saw, everything we listened to. And I would be happy to move that we accept the report. Having said that, I do move that we accept the report. But I want to raise again, Chair, formally in a committee meeting, what I raised with you. And that is my concern. We are more than 2 years into our term of office. And we've been on a number of oversight reports, and I think we've written really good reports. And the findings and recommendations are straightforward. I was surprised to hear from the DG today that if we went back to the farmer from Potchefstroom, I don't know which farmer it was, that things would be better. But I would think that unless we get follow-up reports on every single report that we submit to the department, we're going to be doing ourselves a disservice, because we can't be here for 5 years doing oversight and writing reports and posting them into the ether. We send them to the department and we want feedback so that we don't find the same thing in the same place next year. So I don't know how you want us to handle that, Chair, but when I got that informal verbal response from the DG, I was half encouraged, but a bit disappointed, because I would like to see a formal feedback. Mr. X, farming with this product, had a problem with blended finance scheme coming at the wrong time, like the farmer who applied for maize, couldn't plant his maize because the money didn't come. Then he applied for sunflowers, and they said, no, the money was approved for sunflower, you can't plant sunflower. So he planted his maize too late, and the crop was a mess.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think there are a number of projects where we're disappointed and we requested them to give us feedback. I am actually also interested in knowing what has happened in the Northwest from that lady who was doing broiler farming, which was not doing anything, which she just had a farm that was used by other people. So it's very important that they bring back the report so that we know where we have made comments and observations that they have and recommendations that they have responded to. And on all those oversight visits that we've undertaken, it would be really, really appreciated. Colleagues, are you fine? Okay, thank you very much. I think I agree with you, Honorable Trollip, that the report was good. We just have to encourage administration, Albertina, to continuously make those reminders to the department, but also if we can check in Parliament as to how long do they take, the time that they take once we have recommended and we send it there. Because sometimes you find that, for an example, that Northwest one, you'd remember, honorable members, we finalized, we sent it, and we could not debate that report for almost 4 months, 5 months, until I went to check as to where it is and traced it and followed everybody there. And I don't think that is what I should be doing. But I was just beginning to be frustrated. I had to speak to everyone in that parliament, from the office of the speaker, everybody, the house chairpersons, just to try and trace where the document was until we got it. So if you can do that, so that, because there are time frames. So if you have your systems, you can put them in your systems so that after we have recommended, we have sent it, you note this is the date that we have sent it, and this is the date that we have debated it, and then we check how long in the office of the speaker, when did they send to the ministry, so that we can monitor the minister also as to what time is it taking. Otherwise, we will sit here and expect miracles and they won't happen. But thank you very much, Noguzola, for the report. It helped us. I do want to appreciate that every time you do not disappoint. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. I think we want to adopt that report from Knox. Can I hear a voice that proposes?
I second the proposal of Member Trollip for the adoption of the.
Thank you very much. Proposed by Honorable Trollip, Honorable Davids is seconding. Thank you. Let's go to the next item, which is minutes. And then we'll go to the committee program. Last week when the apology of the minister came, when they said the minister went to Argentina, I was thinking, really, those are the dates that we were also going to go with, So we were going to go with the minister there in that country, the executive and the portfolio committee. I didn't understand this, but it struck me when I listened, and again I was reminded by the DG when he reminded us of the apology. By the way, we had already raised the apology last week, so I couldn't bring it up. So these are the minutes of which date? This is very small, Albertina. Can you make it bigger? My screen is small and I can't turn around. Albertina, I coolest. Yeah, that's better. I can actually see the date now and what is written. Yeah, that's better, much better. Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at the minutes of the 24th of, Albertina, you went first. It's the 24th of February. And that was a virtual meeting. Can you just scroll down, Albertina, and members will look at them, and if there's a correction, colleagues, you will stop us so that we correct, and then at the end we'll adopt. Colleagues, in the meantime, I am told that we have tea outside and something to nibble if you would like to get a cup and come back. Okay, there are no comments, corrections. Colleagues, Bettina, you can go back to the people who had attended because we have to adopt the minutes as a true reflection of the meeting. Honorable Dr. Nkabane.
Thank you so much. I just want to move for the adoption of the minutes as the true reflection of what transpired in that meeting. I can't say the date, but
It's the 24th of February.
24th of, yes, thank
Yeah.
you. 24th of
February.
February 2026, thank you.
Honorable David.
Thank you, Chair. I support the move of the adoption of that minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Albertina, bring up the next set of minutes. I know we have about 4 or 5. Yeah. Imic yakho awuyivulanga, so I won't hear you. Okay. Oh, by the way, there is Neo there behind us, who is understudying yourselves, members. She's our graduate who's going to sit here from Parliament and observe and learn on a daily basis. You are welcome now. Yeah. Okay, so we have the second set of minutes, which is minutes of the 27th of February. And again, it was a virtual meeting. Honorable Trollip.
Chair, they're very simple. I move for the adoption of those minutes.
A mover for adoption. Thank you very much. Any seconder? Mendalane. Are you still able to talk? Okay, no, that's fine. Honorable Ndalane is supporting the adoption of the minutes. Let's go to the next set. Okay, these are the minutes of the 3rd of March at Committee Room 1. Can you scroll down, Albertina? But I know members did look at them. Yo, awusabaleki. Okay, it's fine, go. Okay. There are your minutes, colleagues. If there's nothing you want to change, Honorable Davids.
Now, Chair, I move for the adoption of that minutes of the 3rd of March, 2026.
You, Honorable Davids. Any seconder? Honorable Trollip. Seconds. Thank you. Let's go to the next set. So these are the minutes of the 24th of March, 2026. And that was in boardroom 1, am I right? Yeah. No, committee room S12A. All right. You can go down, Albertina.
Chair, just On 3.2.1,
3.2.1.
yeah, we just spelled Crichton incorrectly. It's,
3.2.1.
yeah,
Okay. Can you see that, Albertina? The outbreak has been reported in all provinces and KwaZulu Natal.
it's Crichton, Crighton.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. Trolley. Any mover for the adoption?
I move.
Honorable Trolley moves into seconding. Honorable Davids, thank you very much. I'll be okay. These are the minutes of the 31st of March virtual meeting. Go on LB and scroll. Don't rush on the attendance. Yeah. Okay.
Just a question.
Yes, yes.
5.2 in the departmental responses, it says F&D vaccines do not cure the disease, but assist in preventing overshedding of the virus and the spread of the disease. What is overshedding?
I'm trying to check that. FMD vaccines do not cure the disease, but assist in preventing overshedding of the virus. And is that not a typo? Knox? I think it's a typo.
Maybe it's incubating. I don't know what we were trying to say, but it's. Huh? No, it says here, it says that it's overshedding of the virus and the spread of the disease. So
yes, that's what I'm saying. That yeah, but
if the animal's got the disease, it doesn't matter how much virus there is. It got the disease. And I think that what they were saying is vaccines do not cure the disease.
Yes.
They prevent the spreading of the disease.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's spreading instead of shedding. That's why I was saying, is that not a typo?
Just take that overshedding
It should be
out.
spreading, yeah, instead of shedding.
Chair, can I just,
yes, please.
Can I also just ask for 5.6, just for Albertina's
5.6
purposes for a follow-up? Remember, the department said that they had to put the movement control matter on hold as there were objections from the auctioneers organizations, who they said were not consulted. And the department would meet with them on the 1st of April. Could we just write to the department and ask them what the outcome of that meeting was?
Okay, just note that Albertina and Knox, we have to write to the department. Thank you, Honorable Trollip.
And then being the only one talking.
I know, don't worry, continue.
I asked you the question today about DGG.
Komape.
Komape. And what was the issue there? Because it is in this minute too that she's on precautionary suspension, but the department seems to be dancing around the issue.
They're not telling us. He didn't say it. I told the DG
Neither did he
outside.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, I asked about her because I couldn't see her. And I raised it with the minister. When the minister, we were meeting and we were talking about the appointment of the NMC council. And when I was talking to him about that, I said to him, because remember, he was supposed to have written to us, the minister was supposed to have written to us, and that we were supposed also, just besides the fact that we should have nominated, we were also supposed to sit in the panel that assesses or interviews people who are coming, who are going to be appointed. And they did not do so. And so I remember that last year early, when we discussed, I think it was July when we were sitting in committee room 1, and we were discussing about the NMC council having been, the term having lapsed. I said to the minister, in terms of the act, of the NMC Act, we were supposed to be informed on time, and I even reminded him of the ARC and the others. Then after the discussion of that, and he said he was going to come back to us, I then spoke to DDG Komape, because DDG Komape then wrote us a letter and said, in terms of the act, we're not supposed to be participating. There's no way we will participate. It's their department, the department's responsibility, actually the minister's response. So we had to remind her of the act and quote the act. And the minister, I asked him the other day when he was talking about when the CEO of NAMEC tried to introduce the matter of the appointment. I said, no, it's not his duty. And I said to the minister, you were supposed to have informed us, but also that I once raised an issue about DDG Komape misinterpreting the act and advising you, minister, wrongly, because as it is, you have not informed us. It means you took the advice of Komape. That's when I asked, and I said, she's not here, and nobody responded. So 2 weeks ago, again, I asked, and they said she's on a precautionary suspension. But today, you remember, we talked about it and we asked the DG about, I asked the DG about it. That's the third time. He just said she's on a precautionary leave, and then it takes 60 days and what have you, and it's going to end in the beginning of May. Meaning that, as I was listening to him, is that they have not even charged her as yet now, because we're at the end of April. Today is the 28th. And if he says it's 60 days that they have in terms of the law to charge her, they're going to end up with an egg in the face. They won't charge her because next week, no, this week is the first week, by the way, because on Friday is the first. So if it's the first week, we don't know, or early May, when did they give her a letter in February or in March? They may end up not charging her, and she's sitting at home and she's not doing the work that she's supposed to do, and she's earning a salary. So we just have to follow up again. Maybe on Thursday, the DG may want to refer the issues to the committee. If I remember, I will do so. But if I forget, please do remind me and ask him so that he can tell us what it is. Okay. So we can adopt the minutes. Any mover? Honorable Van der Walt moves, and the seconder? Honorable Davids. Honorable Smith, you'll come to the next. That is the last set, ne? Am I right? Yeah. That is the last page. Okay. I can't see. Where is Njandla? Okay, just tell me which date is that? Hmm? I can't hear you. How can I charge? Yeah, that's better. So this is the program. It's not minutes. So the minutes are done. Okay. Come again. And I can see it. So we start from today. I just want to put that on the chat. So, colleagues, we have before us the program of the committee. So today we are here. This is what we have done with the department and the OBP. On Thursday, we're going to come back for half a day from 9:30, I think, to lunchtime, which we're going to take the APPs of and the budget allocation of the Agricultural Research Council and the South African Veterinary Council. On the 5th, which is next week, Tuesday, we will then take the APPs for the NAMC and the perishable product export. I want to just check because next week I think it's physical. Can you check? Yeah, next week it's physical, and then yes. And then the one of the 12, yes. Come again? Of May, yes. It says 15th of May. You have not checked the newest parliamentary program. Albie, can you respond to that?
No, I think, Chair, that one is the latest one. We didn't receive it yet. We are still waiting.
Come again? That's then the budget is on the 15th. From 8 to 12 to Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll change it because Then the 12th is the update on FMD. And we had said virtual.
Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure whether, Chair, will have to include the FMT on the 5th.
On the what?
On the 30th, the 5th of May.
No, on Thursday, no, we just got it today. You're not
The
going to
5th
have any
the
difference.
5th
Foot
of
and
May.
mouth.
Yes, and the 5th of May.
No, you won't get any.
Is another week.
What is your take, honorable members?
Chair, there's another issue because I see the rest of the reports that we are going to debate is happening afterwards and it can't happen that way. So we need to have those presentations on all the reports for the budget debate. We can't have it after the debate.
Is there anyone that comes after the debate? No, just scroll down.
The annual APPs?
No, we finish on Tuesday next week.
Yes.
Yeah, we finish on the 5th.
Okay.
All the reports are done on the 5th. Yeah.
Go down.
That's
a
why
little
on
bit.
the
Just go
12th,
down.
you have the update on foot and mouth only.
Just go down a little bit.
Go
because I'm
down,
sure I
go
saw
down,
something there.
Alfie.
Okay. Okay.
So what it means we should do, I think you are looking at the consideration.
Yes.
So what it needs to be done then is to move the consideration and adoption of the draft budget to the 12th instead of the 19th, because we are going to then a debate on the 15th. So before the debate, it must come back to the 12th. So I hope you are noting, Albertina.
The committee is going to deal with the report on the 12th of May. There will be no update on the foot and mouth.
No.
Okay.
Because usually foot and mouth disease takes a lot of time. But we will need the brief the department to send us. Even if we're not going to entertain it, but if we have time, we can include it. But in the meantime, the 12th, the budget is very important for us to consider it before we go to that debate on the 15th.
15th of?
15th of May. It is now apparently in the new program of
So it's the
Parliament.
15th, not the 26th.
Yeah, it has been moved from the 26th to, Honorable Smith just alerted us now. Yeah, so we will still consider the program. You can share it with LBS, no? Yeah, I know that you don't have the new program. Actually, they send us first before they send you. I've noticed that I always have it and Albertina doesn't have. So it means we will come back and consider the program, Albertina. I think it's not helping to consider it now, but it's fine. Let's scroll down and see if there are other changes that we may need to make, and then we'll consider it next week. What's up, Albi? Okay. No, leave those. We'll consider them next week. Once you have the program of Parliament. I want us to go down at the end because you have highlighted the study group. I mean, the study tour. And the other day when we were talking about it, members already have, commented, because even when we were meeting, I did indicate to yourself when we were discussing the dates that if those dates do not work, there is no political party which is going to allow anyone to leave now. So it means we are not going to take it now. We'll have to move it to after the elections. We'll have to restart again in terms of the preparations. If there's any suggestion in terms of changes, we can still go to Argentina because that's where we want to go. All we need to do is to take a new date So at some point, we will sit and take a new date, but for now, let's shelve it. So we will not go now, we'll go after the elections. Yeah, we can no longer go now. We can, come again? No, I don't want us to say January because the elections have not been announced as yet. When they are taking place. Yeah, once the president declares the date, then we will know, we'll take it from there. Yeah. So for now, we can just say after the elections and leave it there because we don't know when it's taking place. And then the program, I think next week when we come back on Tuesday, we may look at it. Because my take is that you would have the program by then and then see if it doesn't affect other dates that are here. Because they like changing the program so much, such that even where you now have dates for the meetings, you may find that it's oversight or committee weeks, you know, they always change. So, yeah, colleagues, I think this was the last item on our agenda. Oh, there are two issues. There's a letter that came from, is that the KZN one? I want to know if the Shelembe one is the KZN one,
Yes.
Albertina. I know it's Shelembe. Colleagues, most of the time I get these letters, but this one I thought sometimes we refer them to the department, sometimes we respond to them. But I thought if that's the KZN one, I thought let's share them. I just hope that's the KZN one, Albertina. You don't seem to know it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the KZN one. I thought, I don't know whether you send it to the members, they've seen it. Okay. Is there anything you want to comment on, colleagues? Honorable Trollip? Because usually you share with me a number of those that that you receive, Honorable Trollip, and I get a lot also. And I think I want to extend to the members that if you get some of these and you think that we must look at them, it's very important that we do so, so that it's not this chairperson who responds on your behalf on certain things that you would have, made inputs. Honorable Trollip.
Yeah, Chair, I read the letter, and I can understand Mr. Shelembe's frustration. And just if I can go backwards, he concludes by saying one of the requirements by the department and the bank is that the beneficiaries must have primary farming experience. And he says they've got many years of experience of egg production.
Yes.
And that the department and the bank are saying, yeah, but collecting eggs and making sure the hens lay eggs is one part of the production. It's not the whole farming operation. I don't believe that they lack experience. If you work on an egg farm, you pretty much have whole farm experience, but it's the management part that is a concern, and that's why many of these projects fail. But what he's writing to us about as a committee, he says that he wants the committee to investigate why the banks are requiring that they have an investment. And they say they've got 60% funding from the bank, 40% funding from the department.
Yes.
And the bank saying that's not good enough. They need skin in the game. They need them to put some money in. And they're saying, no, but 40% from the department should be enough for that. And there actually are policies around that. I don't think the department or the government is just going to acquire 100% of a farming operation and the beneficiaries put nothing in, because that's how you see many of these operations from Grape or wherever, they just fail. So I think what needs to happen here is that we need to refer this correspondence to the department, for the department to explain to Mr. Shelembe what the policy is, and the department's policy as well as the bank's policy. Not for us to have an investigation into the bank. I think the department must explain themselves. Otherwise, they will be frustrated. They've identified a farm, they've identified an operation, they've found people with skills and expertise and diversity and all of that. But the problem is that there is an equity stake that is required, and they don't have an equity stake. So the department needs to take them through it. Otherwise, They're just left in the dark, as aspirant or potential beneficiaries.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Trollip. Is there any other comment, colleagues? So, okay, so we'll refer it to the department, we'll write to them and explain. So you just reminded me of one other letter that I got from young people from the Eastern Cape, Honorable Trollip. I think I'm gonna refer, I'm gonna give you their contact so that maybe you would know where exactly they are in the Eastern Cape. But we have referred the letter to the province. I think they want to be in the dairy farming space. So what they did, they got advice from the chairperson of the portfolio committee on agriculture and I think something else, land reform, from the province, who referred them to us. And I then said we must refer the letter back to the department in the province, but we informed them. So maybe you would like to just see them because they said they're young people. I tried to get hold of them when I was in the Eastern Cape. I couldn't, about 2 weeks ago. But thank you very much for your advice. Is there anything left, Albi? Then, okay. Then there's a letter, colleagues, that we have not brought here. And I think because it was an open letter, you may have seen it, some of you, on the livestock transportation. You remember the team that came to make a presentation, and then there's someone who wrote a letter, and he wrote it as an open letter to me, I think, or to us, still complaining about the fact that now it's it's an era for the foot and mouth disease, and the live transportation of animals is still happening. Remember, they were complaining about the transportation through the sea transportation going to other countries. And now they were saying that this person who wrote says that given the fact that we are in the era of the foot and mouth disease, it means animals that are even in a worse risk of being sick and be transported while they are sick and all that, and that we may be transporting or, exacerbating the situation of the foot and mouth disease in other countries where they don't have, if people were to transport animals that are sick from us here. So I just needed advice on how do we respond to that? Do we take it to the department, or how do we respond? I'm sorry, colleagues, my chest is refusing now. Honorable Trollip.
Chair, this is a policy request to change policy.
Yes.
We can't accede to a request to change policy simply in a letter. They would have to come and make a presentation. The department would have to consider it. It would have to be a legislative amendment.
Okay.
I mean, they're welcome to write to you or us, but this is policy, and it would have to be a required change in policy, and they would need to be told that, and they would have to come and motivate.
Okay.
I don't know how much cattle exportation is currently taking place by sea. It's predominantly sheep, and there have been no outbreak reports in sheep yet.
Yeah.
So this, I think they're taking a chance to simply write a letter and think you can wave a wand and change legislation. Can't do that.
Okay. No, that's why I wanted just advice on how we handle it, because I could see that they're just taking the situation of the foot and mouth disease and making it a motivation. But otherwise, thank you very much for your advice. Colleagues, is there any other thing that I may have left so that we can leave? Okay, nothing. Colleagues, thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it. We will then meet again. It's very unusual, but because of the budget votes that are coming this coming month, we now have 2 sessions this week. So we'll meet on Thursday. What is the committee room? Albertina. M3, 314. Max Building. Okay, so we'll meet at Max Building 314 on Thursday morning. Thank you very much, colleagues. Travel safe. And please, those of you who still do not have the flu, go and get your vaccine for the flu. Otherwise, this is the third week that I'm running with flu. I was even thinking, I'm sure I have COVID, just that nobody told me. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Have a lovely evening. I see you. We'll see each other on Thursday. The meeting is adjourned.